Chapter 474. Chu Shui was only absent-minded for a moment before she came back to her senses. Images of Zhong Shou's sword from 2 years ago flashed in her mind. Her mind slowly retreated as she focused on what was in front of her. In just a few breaths, that dark and deep, violent and crazy suppression became even more majestic. She felt that the meridians of her 4 limbs were being restricted by an invisible power. It was as if he was in a raging storm. The space around him was unusually viscous, and every movement was incomparably difficult. Chu Shui, on the other hand, felt really unhappy. She just wanted to fly up, to break free from these heavy chains, to throw away all the burdens and not be restricted by them anymore. Those who are good at attacking move the 9 heavens. When Mercury flows to the ground, there are no traces to be found, no traces to be found. In her mind, those words flashed once more. A spiritual glow shot out from Chu Shui's eyes. This Juyu was really strong, but what was the problem if she tried? At most, she would lose. She would definitely be able to use that sword of the young master. She didn't hesitate anymore. Chu Shui's body suddenly rose into the air, jumping up 7 feet. The 5-colored sword in her hand also came out of its sheath with a clang. When the sword came out, a snow-bright sword light pierced through heaven and earth. Just like Zhong Shou 2 years ago, the sword soared in the sky, extremely nimble and untraceable. It was bright and eye-catching, filled with celestial energy. There was also an ethereal feeling, like a celestial descending into the world. Not only was her body and soul not restricted by Juyu's sword intent, it was like there was a chain in her body that was forcefully broken open. Wave after wave of vast heaven and earth spiritual energy surged in from all directions, charging into her body. It was jumping and surging like a wave. It's grade 7. She actually broke through to grade 7 realm right before the battle. Impossible. What an ethereal sword. Light and elegant, different from the mortal world. Cries of surprise rang out one after another from all directions. Juyu's pupils constricted slightly. Then, a gleam of excitement flashed in the depths of his eyes, filled with interest. He actually held the sword in his hand and fiercely slashed horizontally. It brought with it a vast black aura that spun like a dragon. It swept across the sky with the power to destroy everything. This sword strike actually caused traces of black cracks to appear in the space within a radius of 10,000 feet. If the spectators were careless for even a moment, their bodies would be cut by these spatial tears, leaving bloody wounds on them. Even if this woman called Xuechu had truly transcended the immortal Tao, he would still cut her down. However, just as the 5-colored silhouette in the sky was about to collide with the black sword tide, the 5-colored silhouette suddenly appeared. The aura around Chu Shui changed once again. First, he felt waves of absolute annihilation, sword aura pressing down on him. Then, the true chi and soul power in his body surged wildly, resisting with all their might. Following which, the two of them quickly merged into one in his body. The barrier that he was unable to break through when he trained in the spirit and martial arts merger sword, at this moment was naturally broken. He injected it into the tip of the sword. First, a vast energy exploded out from the 5-colored sword in his hand. In the next instance, an even larger 5-element spiritual energy surged over from all directions. It caused Chu Shui's sword aura to instantly grow, climbing to another peak. It stirred up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as it fell from the sky. At this moment, Lei Dong and Suchen in the distance were startled, standing rooted to the spot. Although they were looking at Chu Shui and Juyu, their eyes were only focused on that eye-catching and stunning sword. At this moment, Yuan Fei's mouth was wide open, unable to close for a long time. The few people beside him weren't much better. That dumb brat who was too normal in their eyes, not worth mentioning, was now ethereal, light like a celestial from the heavens, like a celestial, like an unassuming, ugly duckling had turned into a swan, flying in the sky. A few breaths ago, he was still thinking about how this Chu Shui would lose. However, at this moment, he only felt his heart pounding, pretty much stopping. At this moment, Knife Lord Li Wuhui nearly lost control of his true chi and fell from the sky. His eyes stared right at her, unwilling to shift away for even a moment. He wanted to try, but also felt that it was a pity. 2,000 feet in the air, within that hidden building. Zhong Shou wasn't careful, unable to control the teacup that was floating in mid-air, smashing it down. It burned him until he grimaced in pain, but he didn't bother about it. He only looked at the little girl 2,000 feet below in shock and disbelief. What did he see? That was spirit and martial arts merger. Shue. This brat actually merged spiritual cultivation and martial path into one. Han Feng at the side was also in a bad state. He accidentally used too much strength, and the rocking chair beneath him was smashed into pieces. The wine cup in his hand was also crushed into dust. However, he still maintained his sitting posture. His aged face was completely lifeless. Fan Gwen, who was standing in midair, was also at a loss, filled with disbelief. He muttered, "Spirit and martial arts merging. It is actually spirit and martial arts merging into one." This low moan was like a flame that had been thrown into boiling oil. It caused the entire space fissure to be in an uproar. Spirit and martial arts merging into one. How is that possible? This girl, no wonder Song Xingdao would send her out as the last person. It is actually spirit and martial arts merging into one. No wonder. So that is the case. I was wondering how such a normal girl had the rights to have 5 god beast subspecies as protector beasts. Just as the sounds of discussion rose up, Chu Shui's agile sword shadow. It had already collided with the dark black sword glow that swept over. Kung. It didn't cause any huge commotion, just a sharp metal clashing sound. However, the great extinction sword that Yuan Fei, Xuanya, and the others couldn't block, even when they went all out, was collapsing. Between the two sword shadows, many shocking black cracks spread all about. All the wind and sword glow, as well as the various shock waves, were all absorbed by the space fissure. The insufferably arrogant demonic mist was also dispersing bit by bit. Not only was Juyu unable to force back the sword shadow, but he was also stumbling. His body was struck by a huge force as he retreated hundreds of feet out. On the contrary, although Chu Shui was also retreating, she was much calmer. Her body was still extremely light, floating like a celestial. Did you teach her this sword move? It is really amazing, absolutely stunning in the world. In the attic, Han Feng let out a sigh, as if he was lamenting. His face finally regained calmness. As if nothing had happened, he waved his hand, and another rocking chair appeared beneath him. Then, Han Feng glanced sideways at the tea stains on Zhong Shou's clothes. Speaking of which, Chu Shui being able to grasp spirit and martial arts merger. Even you didn't expect that? Zhong Shou smiled bitterly, using his true chi to evaporate those water stains. Then, he looked at the teacup that had fallen on the ground in regret. That was the highest grade snow leaf tip. At least worth 3 drops of grade 9 true dragon blood was wasted by him, just like that. Just now, he had only drunk a mouthful. Han Feng couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to punch viciously with the strength of MT Tai smashing on his Zhong Shou's head. This fellow actually had the heart to care about this at such a time. However, he could only suppress that impulse. I still have many snow leaf tips. I can give you a few more. Only then was Zhong Shou delighted, following which he sighed. I indeed didn't expect that. He originally wanted to let Chu Shui try that spirit and martial arts merger sword. He didn't expect her to succeed. Who knew that in the end, it would actually be effective? Why not he try to practice it himself? In his heart, he knew that it was impossible. For Chu Shui to be able to achieve spirit and martial arts merger, on one hand, it was because of her talent. On the other hand, it was because just now, when she went against Juyu's sword intent suppression, her mind was unprecedentedly focused. Only then did her soul power and internal energy complete the merger. Han Feng's eyes instantly lit up. Speaking of which, you said that she was able to block 10 swords of Juyu. because she had another trump card. Indeed, Zhongsho nodded his head once more. As for what trump card it was, he wasn't willing to explain. Anyways, he was definitely going to win this bet. 3 million merit points were already waving at him. Senior brother, why don't we raise the stakes? I bet that Shui can fight for more than 50 swords. Han Feng cast a sidelong glance at the brat beside him. However, he snorted coldly and refused to agree. His heart calmed down. Although he lost 3 million merit points this time, the outcome was not bad. At least their Tsang Xingdao wouldn't become the laughingstock of other sections. Not only that, but would shock the cloud world once more. Spirit and martial arts murder talent. In these 10 years, only 4 people had appeared in the entire 5 continents and 12 islands. 1 from the Kinzo sect, 1 from the Taoist sect, 1 from the Buddhist sect, 1 from the demon sect. Today there was also a Chu Shui, the Chu Shui who belonged to their Tsang Xingdao. The only thing that wasn't able to make Zhongsho agree to take charge of the common people's palace was a little unfortunate. Chu Shui could be considered personally groomed by this fellow. Be it that Zhong Yuan or Ruo Shui, their strengths were far above people of the same grade. His ability to train people was really not bad. What was rare was that this person was the ruler of a country. He definitely had some foundations when it came to strategizing and governing. His heart felt like it was being bitten by tens of thousands of ants, a little bit of regret. If at the start he could have agreed to Zhongsho and accepted him, if he was more careful and had Chu Shui and Rulin to pass down everything he learned, his bloodline would have been able to shine in the world. Unfortunately, this time he had been blinded. However, his face didn't show any of it, still maintaining a solemn expression. His eyes continued to burn as he looked below. On the other hand, Fangwen was wiping the cold sweat off his forehead with his sleeves without a trace. His heart calmed down, and he heaved a sigh of relief. This time he didn't need to lose face. He also felt slightly ashamed that he had misjudged. The few elders around were all the same. 1 or 2 of them. Their eyes were burning. This little girl didn't seem to have a teacher within Tsang Xingdao. Chapter 475. At this moment, apart from feeling lost, Chu Shui was still at a loss. Did I really block that sword? Looking closely, that Juyu seemed to be in a bad state. Before this, the sword intense suppression that made it hard for her to even breathe. Although it was still there, it wasn't able to bind her at all. She only felt that her body was relaxed and extremely light. The 5-element spiritual energy around her jumped about excitedly. The feeling that she had when she removed the heavy earth talisman and spirit sealing talisman came back for some reason. However, how was that possible? Did she really force back Juyu, Yuan Fei, and the others who couldn't even block a sword? She definitely saw wrongly. It was definitely an illusion. However, she didn't notice that her body had already broken through to the 7th grade of true Qi, as well as the internal energy and spiritual sense that was in perfect harmony. She was extremely lost and didn't know what to do. Until the spiritual sense of the 5 spiritual beasts behind her started to fluctuate intensely to warn her, did Chu Shui come back to her senses. Then she saw that Jiu had stopped his body that was retreating, following which he stepped in the air, his body along with his sword pouncing over swiftly. Not only was there no frustration on her face, instead, it was slightly flushed red like she was extremely excited, her fighting spirit rising high. The black-colored broadsword ripped open the void, once again bringing up a black-colored mist. It didn't have the heaven-swallowing aura from before, but it was more condensed, destroying everything, destroying all the dust particles that it came into contact with. Chu Shui was first shocked, following which her pupils constricted like that of a cat, following which she didn't even think, pretty much unconsciously slashing out with a sword. 5-spirit sword exploding flame. A year and a half. She had trained in it thousands of times, pretty much turning it into an instinctive sword stance. At this moment, when she used it, it was exceptionally smooth. The blazing fire golden phoenix behind her opened its wings. A vast phoenix aura instantly suppressed the entire area. Chu Shui's sword intent was also changing, still maintaining the lightness from before. However, it had more of the berserk flames and the noble aura of the king of birds. A layer of flames ignited around his body, and the five-colored sword also emitted a golden and scarlet flame. Amidst the black sword tide, he went against the momentum and attacked. It was as if a phoenix had descended upon the world. Just as the vast crimson flames collided with the pure black sword mist, the crimson flames suddenly burst forth. The tip of Chu Shui's sword lightly tapped on the broadsword. Instantly, there was a sharp kung as Jiuyu's body explosively retreated once more. This time, Chu Shui didn't stop at all, not giving Jiuyu any chance to catch his breath. Like a shadow, he followed closely behind. The flames on his body slowly subsided. Even more pure, white spiritual light enveloped his body. The five-colored spiritual sword in his hand seemed to have risen by 2 ranks at this moment. The edge of the blade flashed with a chilling light that made one's heart palpitate. Plunder of the Five Spirits Sword. If one were to describe Chu Shui's previous sword intent as gorgeous and noble with a tinge of tyranny, then this sword intent could be described as magnificent and noble. Then at this moment, it was unexcelled in sharpness. The chill gold tiger roared out furiously. The white spiritual light around Chu Shui's body seemed to have transformed into the shape of a white tiger. At this moment, a rune appeared in the eyes of that green-horned tiger. It caused Chu Shui's body to be covered in a layer of green wind. Her body became even faster. Just as Jiuyu waved his sword to block, the trajectory of Chu Shui's sword changed along with it. Lower left, 3 inches. She didn't know why she did that, but she had a rough feeling. Stabbing there, it was definitely right. She remembered that young master had said that her intuition was more reliable than her brain. Thus, she didn't hesitate to slash her sword attack over there. Another ear-piercing sword hum. Sparks appeared in the air. It still destroyed the entire space. Many finger-thick streaks swept all about. Jiuyu was startled, his body retreating once more. He was still 100 feet away. Before he was able to stabilize himself, Chu Shui's sword slashed down from above. Five Spirits Sword Dragon descends. Jiuyu's brows furrowed. He didn't panic, slashing horizontally with the broadsword in front of his body. Just as he thought that he had sealed off all of Chu Shui's sword paths, Chu Shui's sword suddenly changed, only to see the green sword shadow in the air change its trajectory, slashing right at his body. Ding! A light ring once more sounded out 1,000,000 feet in space. The current Jiuyu was unable to stand in the air, forced back by the vast sword attack. He actually fell down abruptly, and he stepped on the ground that was the material barrier of space as he retreated in a sorry state once more. This time, it was another 30 distance. Chu Shui didn't give up. The red flames around her body that hadn't faded swelled once more. The 2 flame wings behind her spread out, gently flapping as she soared into the air. The red flame, sword light, brought with it a patch of sudden fire-colored golden feathers. It swept out 100 feet away. Five Spirit Sword Blazing Feather. Like her body, turning into a golden phoenix, the ancient god beast bloodline in her body was also burning. In her heart, she was extremely excited, but there were no other thoughts. She only followed her instincts to chase and slash out with her sword. At this moment, Jiuyu's pupils couldn't help but constrict. In his eyes, the current Chu Shui had pretty much merged into one with heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, especially the 5-element spiritual energy, had pretty much abandoned him. They all surrounded the body of this girl, circling around and allowing her to command them. In those autumn water-like eyes, there was no more fear and nervousness from before. His fighting spirit was soaring and contained excitement. It was as if he was enjoying this battle. Jiuyu's brows furrowed, following which his mind calmed down. This time he had underestimated this girl. This Xuechu was indeed able to be his opponent, which is why he had to go all out in this battle. The black-colored broadsword suddenly expanded. Thousands of sword shadows exploded out. Many black lightning bolts shot out, clashing with that patch of flame rain, shattering it. In the end, all the dark black sword shadows gathered at one spot, charging towards that blazing flame light. However, just as they clashed, that red flame sword first shrunk and then pulled. Just as the power he gathered at the tip of the sword exploded out, the flame light exploded once more. When the two swords clashed, a large patch of space cracks swept out like a snake. Jueyu's chest felt stuffy, like he was about to spit out blood. The time at which the strength exploded out was different, causing him to be at a disadvantage even though he had the internal energy to suppress her. Using concentration against dispersion, it caused his sword light to suddenly become chaotic, pretty much entering a disorderly state. His body had no choice but to explosively retreat. This fourth sword was 100 feet away. Around his body, several streaks of flame rain seeped in, instantly burning much of his hair and clothes. A preposterous feeling rose up in his heart, like all his weaknesses couldn't be hidden from the eyes of this girl. Even some sword technique weaknesses that he didn't notice couldn't escape her sharp senses. However, how was that possible? What a joke. Since young, he was seen as a sword technique genius, spending 23 years studying sword path theories. During these 2 years, he challenged the 10 shrines, 19 spiritual houses, as well as all the recognized sections. He challenged pretty much all the younger generation experts in the cloud world, fighting 174 battles. He felt that his sword techniques would be in the top 3 amongst his generation. His combat experience was also unique. However, the girl in front of him was just 16. Where did such deep martial path cultivation come from to be able to break his great extinction sword? Chu Shui didn't have time to bother about what he was thinking. When the flame rain dissipated, another sword struck. Her body was covered in a blue, watery glow, but it didn't clash with the flames. Instead, it caused the water to boil, giving off numerous white mist. The fire wings behind Chu Shui's back also turned into aqua blue wings. The long sword waved, bringing with it numerous boiling currents as it charged forwards. 5 spirit sword quicksilver. It was really like quicksilver spilling onto the ground. Be it that sword shadow or that water liquid, they both spread all over the space. Like needles piercing through holes, it charged into the black-colored sword wave of Jueyu, giving out a series of clanging sounds. Each time the sound of the two swords clashing rang out, Jueyu would take a step back. When this water-light sword attack slowly ended, Jueyu had already retreated 100 feet out. His expression was dark and sunken. On that devilishly handsome face, there were a few more blood wounds. At this moment, the entire space, all the 10,000 people were deathly silent. Pretty much everyone held their breaths, afraid that they would disturb this exciting sword battle. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Chu Shui had only slashed out 5 swords. Each time Jueyu received one, he would retreat 100 feet. The sword prince, who was famous in the cloud world and pretty much undefeatable, seemed to be in a bad state at this moment, struggling left and right. Was this undefeatable legend of challenging 10 shrines and 19 spiritual houses going to end in the hands of this girl today? This girl, at such a young age, how could she have such a high-level sword technique that even suppressed Jueyu? Suchin, who was in the distance, was also at a loss, looking at the battlefield in confusion. Thinking about it, Suchin couldn't help but open his mouth. How weird. I see that pretty much every sword of this girl landed on the weaknesses of Jueyu. The strength of her sword technique is no weaker than that of Brother Zhongsho. Looking at her sword path, it was obviously really slow at the start, and then it would suddenly change along with the situation. She actually took the path of attacking after the enemy. How weird. He had seen Zhongsho's sword technique. It was basically attacking first, predicting the sword path of the enemy. Or rather, he was forcing the enemy to do what he wanted. Lei Dong was also at a loss. He had seen Chu Shui before. This breadth comprehension was not only not high, but she was also a little muddle-headed. Did he see the wrong person? This little girl called Xuechu wasn't Chu Shui. Looking closely, that sword path was indeed really slow, lacking in changes, but it also had a kind of spirituality that normal people couldn't compare to. At the same time, in the building, Hanfang suddenly stood up, taking a step forwards to the outside of the railing. His hands trembled slightly, and after a long while he heaved a sigh of relief. Does this brat have the combat martial body? Chapter 476. At the same time, in the building, Hanfang suddenly stood up and took a step forward, arriving outside the railing. His hands trembled slightly. After a long while he heaved a sigh of relief. Does this brat have the combat martial body? Zhongshu's eyes smiled as he sat on the rocking chair, leisurely rocking about. Pretty much. I noticed 3 years ago. Unfortunately, junior brother is useless and doesn't know how to train her. Till today, she has just reached the middle stage. Kiki, that day I said senior brother that you will regret. Scoff. Cultivators like us focus on a perfect Dao heart. No regrets when we place our chess pieces. Since we have already missed it, then there is nothing to regret. Although that was what he said, his tone carried a hint of indifference, as if he was detached from the world. Hanfang's stomach was filled with regret, his heart pained. Nothing was more painful than this time. In this life, he had done numerous stupid things. However, he felt that none of them could be compared to today. Spirit-trained Tiger Bones, dual cultivator. Within Song Xingdao Palace, her talents could only be considered above average. Even if she merged spirit and martial arts, it only caused Chu Shue's strength to be much stronger than people of the same grade. She could even fight against people of a higher grade. However, if she didn't have enough martial path and spiritual cultivation talent, in the end she would only be slightly stronger than others. Like a dumb giant holding a giant hammer but not knowing how to use it. Thinking about it, there was nothing to be afraid of. However, at this moment, this combat martial body caused Chu Shui to have the ability to go up against that sword Prince Yu. Her strong fighting instincts could allow her to go up against him in sword techniques, even if she didn't grasp sword theories. And these 5 spirit god beasts made up for her last weakness. After grasping spiritual cultivation, she wouldn't be taken advantage of by others. Zhongshu scoffed coldly, thinking to himself that you are still acting. Continue acting. However, thinking about it carefully, he decided not to continue provoking this old man. While senior brother Han wasn't paying attention, he sneakily kept the 3 spiritual fruits on the table into his sleeves. This good thing, I can steal it back for Ruo Shui and Chu Shui to try. Zhong Yuan, that guy was just a side trip. Then, he thought about how he should reward Shui Er with something decent for her return. Then he took 2 more. There were only 8 red jade spirit containing fruits. At this moment, there were only 2 left on the plate. Zhongshu rolled his eyes and decided to go all the way. He put all the spiritual fruits and the bottle of 100 spirits nectar into his chinquan bag. At this moment, Han Feng seemed to have come back to his senses. His face revealed a look of enlightenment. How wonderful! With the Qilin as the foundation, it bore the soul power consumption of the other 4 protector beasts. The 5 divine beasts just so happened to belong to the 5 elements. They circulated and resonated, making them close to natural protector beasts. Not only could it protect her, but could also help her comprehend heaven and earth, the profound laws of spirit techniques, and grasp the divine beast sword intent. From now on, your soul remembrance cultivation will no longer be obstructed. As he spoke, Han Feng turned his head around. The first thing he saw was the empty disc and the bottle of 100 spirit jade liquid that had disappeared. The corner of his eyes couldn't help but twitch slightly as he secretly cursed the little brat. However, he acted like he didn't see anything. His voice turned cold as he said, "I'm only curious. How did you do it?" Zhongshu smiled, his finger drawing in the air. Threads of soul power gathered in front of him. It was the rough form of a spiritual formation. Although it was just a rough drawing, a rough framework. Han Feng's eyes lit up. So that's the case. This spiritual formation created by a descendant wasn't much to him. There wasn't anything profound about it. What was lacking was just a layer of window paper. As long as he poked through it, naturally he would be able to understand it. His first thought was that if all the disciples of Song Shengdao could use similar spiritual formations to recruit protector beasts, wouldn't their strength greatly increase? Then he felt helpless. Five-god beast, subspecies great spirit beasts weren't something that everyone could collect. If it was normal beasts, the effects would greatly decrease, and there wouldn't be much of a benefit. The ones who could benefit would be the true core of the sect. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still a piece of meat. Hanfang's eyes squinted. If you are willing to give this technique to the sect, you can exchange it for 300,000 merit points. Only then did he remember that this spiritual formation came from Zhongsho. Be it within the cloud world or other worlds, there weren't any similar techniques. Did this fellow create it single-handedly? Thinking about Zhongsho's age, this was a little shocking. Zhongsho didn't agree or disagree, laughing out loud. 300,000 won't work, at least 2 million merit points. If 5 spirits can't, then 4 divisions. If 4 divisions can't, then 3 talents. If 3 talents still can't, then 2 powers. Only the price would be slightly higher. Hanfang scoffed coldly. This fellow was really asking for too much. The doubts in his heart were totally solved. No matter how talented Zhongsho was, he shouldn't have been able to perfect this technique to such an extent in such a short time. It was most probably because this fellow was lucky. Who knows where he got this ancient technique from? He was lazy to bother about Zhongsho, looking down calmly. His heart was twitching in pain, filled with regret and hatred. Just as they were speaking, Chu Shui had already stabbed out over 10 swords. Pretty much each sword caused Juyu to retreat in a haggard manner. However, the distance was slowly expanding. 100 feet, 110 feet, 120 feet. The silence that had been maintained for a full 7 minutes was gradually broken. The clamor of discussion once again rose with a loud bang. This is already the 29th sword. Initial grade 7 realm to be able to force Sword Prince Juyu to such a state. 29 swords to retreat 317 feet. If this matter was spread out, who would believe it? Apart from Tanxio, there is actually such a person within Tsang Xingdao. Spirit and martial arts merging, exquisite sword technique. This is really surprising. This woman is really shocking. In front of her was Xue Lingbo and Fan Wen. Behind her was Tanxio and Xuechu. This Tsang Xingdao probably won't have to worry about not having a successor within these 10,000 years. I'm only curious why this Xuechu sword path doesn't seem to predict the enemy first. Instead, after the sword was out, it changed according to the situation. All the Tsang Xingdao disciples were so excited that their faces flushed red. The dejection from before had all disappeared. Within our Tsang Xingdao, there's actually such a person? As expected from someone the sect made an exception to take in as a third-generation disciple. She is much better than us. I was still finding it weird why the sect would arrange for Xuechu to be the back. So, it was because we were too shallow. Palace Head must have expected that this third-generation great senior master was on the verge of breaking through. Her sword technique is strong, spirit and martial arts merging. Why can't she fight Juyu? She's indeed much stronger than Yuan Fei and the other trash. Grade 7 peak, and she couldn't even take one sword from him. This sword Prince Juyu is really arrogant. Does he really think that our Tsang Shangdao has no one? To be able to force Juyu to such a state with just grade 7 strength. Although she lost, it is an honor. Palace Head and all of you are wise. Our Tsang Xingdao in these few years is really filled with talents. Fan Guin listened on from above, his heart feeling a little weak, silently wiping away his cold sweat. He suggested to let Chu Shui fight, but it had nothing to do with him. It was all the doing of that person who had risen to 16th in the Mysterious Life Golden Book. He really didn't see through the matter, ashamed. The few common people palace elders beside all had weird expressions on their faces, slightly awkward. However, they were much more shrewd and thicker than Fan Wen. Their faces were also thicker. They acted like nothing had happened, smiling like they were enjoying the praises of the disciples. They totally forgot that not long ago in the main hall of the palace, the few of them were fighting to scold one another. The way they interacted with one another had totally changed. Senior Master Zong's eyes are really good. I knew that he wouldn't mess around. He definitely has his reasons. When I saw this Shui, I felt that she was filled with spiritual energy. She was really intelligent, and her sword technique was exquisite. She also had the earth-sinking spirit sealing talisman, and she definitely worked really hard. Today it seems like that was the case. It was as I expected. So Senior Brother Lee also saw through it? Great minds think alike. This time we finally have an answer to the sect. Fangwen couldn't help but scold in his heart. Senior brothers and junior nieces, can you all be more shameless? At this moment, he also felt that Chu Shui's sword technique wasn't right. Attacking after the enemy, suppressing Juyu, she relied more on the sword path changes in the later stages. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of a reason. Coincidentally at this moment, suddenly a shocked exclamation sounded out, shaking the entire place. Palace Head Fangwen, does this disciple of yours have a legendary combat martial body? When the words combat martial body entered his ears, Fangwen felt as if he was enlightened. All of his doubts were solved. Why didn't he think of that? Weren't these various abnormalities the characteristics of the combat martial body? Looking out, only to see that the person who asked was Knife, Lordly Wu Hui. Fangwen's lips curled up, following which he shook his head and smiled in a profound manner. I can't say it. He didn't confirm this matter. If he admitted it and guessed wrongly in the future, wouldn't he lose all his face? At this moment, he could only pretend to be profound. Fangwen's answer was vague, but the people below only took it as a semi-public admission. That buzzing sound once again fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, stunned and speechless. Combat martial body. In ancient legends, one's intuition was shocking and was naturally good at fighting. Even if one didn't train in martial arts, one could still climb to the peak of the martial path, the body of a grandmaster. It was said that this peak intuition, unless one's martial path had broken through the mysteries of the god realm, only then would one be able to go up against it. This Shui Chu, apart from spirit and martial arts merging into one, actually had such an ability. At this moment, Yuan Fei's face was ashen white, only feeling his scalp go numb. Before this, he felt a little embarrassed that the dumb brat that he looked down on actually had the ability to fight Juyu and suppress him. Only now did he realize what kind of person he had offended. Spirit and martial arts merging into one, combat martial body, even within the sect, no matter how they treated everyone equally. If they wanted the sect to prosper, the future resources would need to lean towards this girl, and they would definitely love and protect her. It seemed like the Shui Chu was also one of Tan Qiu's maidservants. Chapter 477. Intuition Intermediate Grade. So that's the case. Chu Shui, Shui Chu, it's most probably her. Lei Dong looked into the distance, his eyes filled with an enlightened expression. His expression was really complicated. When he first saw that brat, he only felt that this tiger cat race girl was dumb and cute, really pure and innocent. She was really loyal to Zhong Shou. Apart from that, he didn't feel anything else. At that time, who would have thought that it was this girl who would shock everyone present with her sword today? Spirit and martial arts merging, combat martial body. In less than a day, all the sects and factions would remember this name. Suchin's gaze was a little weird. Shengdao's generation really has many talents. To be able to block 30 sword from Juyu and gain the advantage, this was already the top expert in the cloud world. One must know that that sword prince could even win a portion of grade 9 experts. Lei Dong was speechless, thinking that this time their Kenzo sect had really made a losing deal. Zhong Shou, Chu Shui, wasn't this buy one get one free? He thought back to Zhong Yuan. No, it should be buy one get two free. He only hoped that the junior brother who was cultivating in the 10,000 sword vast habitat wouldn't disappoint him. In the distance, a sword light rang out, messing up Lei Dong's thoughts, only to see the situation change once more. Juyu had coincidentally blocked Chu Shui's attack. That red flame covered the sky, but this time Juyu was only forced back 120 feet. Along with the two balls of sword shadows intersecting and changing, Juyu was forced back less and less. 120 feet, 110 feet, 100 feet. Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly. It seems like he has stabilized his footing. Lei Dong nodded his head. The person in the distance seemed to know. No matter how indiscernible and indiscernible his sword technique was, against Chu Shui's intuition, it was totally useless. He decided to change his style from before, simple and direct, going all out. His sword speed also increased by close to double. Although he was still bitterly blocking, he was able to easily deal with it. His footsteps became even steadier, and the black fog sword tide began to expand once more. However, after 100 feet, Juyu was unable to take even a single step back. Chu Shui's swordsmanship was also improving. Her first sword move, which was as agile and elegant as an otherworldly fairy, seemed to have been integrated into her swordsmanship. He was incomparably nimble, and his sword style was no longer rigid. Instead, it was free and easy. Almost every sword strike contained a spirituality that caused one's heartstrings to tremble. The path of the sword also became increasingly difficult to sidestep, unable to increase, and difficult to find the trajectory. What was even more shocking was that this sword intent did not conflict with the sword intents of the other four divine beasts that she had mastered except for the Qilin. Looking at the extremely nimble, yet incomparably resplendent sword light, in Lei Dong's mind, a sentence suddenly appeared. Those who are good at attacking can move above the 9 heavens. There was no trace to be found, no trace to be found. What a great illusory spirit sword intent. It can be said to be a match made in heaven with Shui Chu. Sweeping around, he saw that the many spectators all had different expressions on their faces. A large portion of them were extremely ugly. Song Xingdao's enemies were spread all over the cloud world. To many people, every time Song Xingdao had a talent like Shui Lingbo and Fangwen, it was a piece of extremely bad news. That meant that this common people's demon sect that went against the orthodox path would be as stable as Mount Tai in the next few thousand years, unable to be shaken. Hey, this little girl's luck is so good that it is perverted. All of a sudden, a sigh entered his ears. Su Chen and Lei Dong were reminded by that person. Their hearts moved slightly as they looked carefully at the battlefield once more, following which their eyes were filled with shock. As expected from that person, Chu Shui's luck was unexpectedly good. Every time the two swords clashed, the space cracks that appeared wouldn't be in the direction of Chu Shui. Like it had its own consciousness, it would try its best to avoid Chu Shui's body and not affect her sword path and attacks. Each time she attacked, the ratio of heaven and earth spiritual energy around would be just right, such that Chu Shui could easily control it and gather enough 5-element spiritual energy. It caused each sword of hers to reach its optimal state. 100% sword strength would always be 120% power. If it was luck, then it was okay. One could only say that this brat's luck was just too good. However, if she purposely controlled it, then it was a little terrifying. At this moment, Chu Shui seemed to have entered a really mysterious state, like she was comprehending something, but also like she was flying. Her eyes were at a loss, totally unfocused. However, each sword that stabbed out would increase in spiritual energy, and the angle would also become more tricky. When it changed halfway, it was even harder to predict, directly attacking the weak points and becoming more and more poisonous. Each sword was stronger than the last, unable to be blocked at all. Su Chen's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Luckily, at this moment, Chu Shui's opponent was Sword Prince Juyu. If it was him, he would at most be able to block 10 swords from this girl. He slowly entered trance. The excitement of this battle was really surprising. The amount he gained had already exceeded the amount he gained when Juyu challenged the other 5 shrines and sections. This time, when he returned, if he could calm down and comprehend, his sword technique attainments would increase greatly. Counting in his heart, when it reached the 145th number, Su Chen suddenly came to his senses. He heard that the sword ringing sound was totally different from before. It was even sharper and sharper. Be it the 5-element spiritual sword or the black-colored broadsword in Jiyu's hand, they were all ringing out. 145th sword, retreat 16,000 feet. Just entering grade 7, she actually forced that sword prince whose name shook the cloud world and was pretty much invincible to retreat close to 10 miles. At this moment, everyone was silent. Apart from the sound of the two swords clashing, there was no other sound. One could even hear a pin drop. Even the person with the lowest cultivation level among the crowd realized that the most crucial moment had arrived. Juyu actually stood still on the spot, not moving at all. That black-colored sword light exploded out at that moment. Thousands of sword shadows were like a flood, bringing along the black flood. It forcefully slashed apart the stable space within 1,000 feet. Cracks were everywhere. Many giant python-like black cracks swam all about. The black flood swept back, thousands of sword shadows, pretty much swallowing Chu Shui, who was tens of feet away. At this moment, Chu Shui was also stimulated by the sword shadows. The focus in her eyes slowly recovered, like she had awoken from that state of comprehension. However, in the next instance, her eyes rose up once more, like how it was at the start of the first sword. The aura of the 5 spirit beast protector beasts behind her also changed. They all retracted slightly, returning to an equilibrium state, following which they merged into one. Many runes and golden lines flashed between the 5 spirit beasts. It caused Chu Shui's body to be covered in a layer of light. The wings that formed behind her back also showed green, red, white, black, and yellow spiritual light, giving off a really layered feeling. Chu Shui's sword slashed out once more at this moment. 5 spirit sword beast combination. The hardest sword of the 5 spirit sword technique that Zhongsho taught her. Chu Shui had never truly grasped this sword. However, at this moment, she was able to easily display it. When this sword slashed down, it was like the Milky Way was descending, bringing with it a sky full of 5-colored light. It was eye-catching and eye-catching, like it was forcefully slashing open heaven and earth. The wave of swords in front of him was also cut into 2 pieces without any suspense. Following which, with a kung, the originally stable time barrier was collapsing. Juyu also stumbled back. This time, he seemed to have used up all his strength, unable to stop his footsteps. Only when he was 1,000 feet out did he stop once more. His expression was dark and ugly. The black broadsword in his hand also had a hole cut open. His body also had tens of scratches. However, Chu Shui surprisingly didn't chase after him. When the space storm slowly calmed down, everyone looked over. Only then did they notice that Chu Shui was standing on the spot, panting slightly, her face ashen white. The 5 spirit god beasts behind her were also dispirited and listless. So she had used up all her strength. This girl still lost in the end. The moment such a thought rose up, everyone came to their senses. Along with that sword just now, Chu Shui and Juyu had already fought for 146 rounds, pretty much having a suppressive advantage. 146 swords forcing Juyu to retreat 17,000 feet. Even when she slashed out at the end, it caused Juyu to be in a disadvantage that he had never been in before. In the end, because she used up all her strength and didn't have any more strength to continue fighting, she lost. However, if Chu Shui's cultivation was a little higher, they were both grade 8 realms, so what? Would she be able to defeat Sword Prince Juyu? At this moment, most of the 10,000 people here were filled with emotions. Some of the powerhouses were also carefully replaying the previous sword strike in their minds. How strong? It wasn't as ethereal and elegant as the first sword, but it pretty much merged the 5-god B-sword intents into one. Power who used that sword directly climbed to grade 9 realm to be able to slash apart Juyu's great extinction sword and force him to retreat. Although this girl lost in this battle, it was an honorable defeat. Just based on the start and end of the sword art, there was a place for her under the stars. Apart from the 6 pinnacle swords, there would be one more person. A new star would rise up in the cloud world. Chu Shui's eyes were at a loss, trying her best to resist the deep exhaustion in her body. Looking at Jiyu, who was covered in blood, her expression was startled. After a long while, he finally understood what had happened from the memory fragments not long ago. She actually did it. Not only did she block Jiuyu's first sword, she also counterattacked, forcing him to have no way to fight back. She lost in the 146th sword. Compared to Yuan Fei and the others added together, she was 10 times stronger. Was this really her? Could it be a dream? She secretly pinched her thigh. Chu Shui instantly felt the pain. The pain was real. It was most probably real. Her heart was filled with regret that she wasn't able to grab the chance to totally defeat Jiuyu, following which her emotions surged. This was Sword Prince Jiu, second of the 3 pinnacle swords that shocked the Cloud World. Her strength could already be compared to him. She felt her nose sour and was about to cry out. She also didn't know what she was feeling at this moment. It was tears of joy, excitement, gratitude, and disbelief, all mixed together. Chapter 478. Jiuyu didn't attack anymore. He casually tossed the black broadsword in his hand to the side, without any reluctance. He had nurtured this sword for a long time, but at this moment it was pretty much destroyed. It looked like there was only a small chip on the blade, but within the sword body, there were many hidden injuries. He had always used the Great Extinction Sword to destroy other people's weapons. He didn't expect that there would be a day when his spiritual weapon would be destroyed. Following which he squinted his eyes and sized up Chu Shui, like he was getting to know this innocent girl for the first time. Common People's Path really has many talents, as expected. Jiuyu has learned. In this battle I seem to have won, but I have lost. Standing on the spot, Jiuyu's expression was calm, and calm like he didn't look like a loser. No matter how much people hated him, they had to admit that this Sword Prince's aura was indeed majestic. I just don't know who taught you your first sword, Miss Snow. In the past, Jiuyu had never seen or heard of such a thing. I didn't know that Song Xingdao had such a sword technique. Chu Shui exclaimed and finally came back to her senses. This was the first time she was called Little Miss by someone, so she wasn't used to it. Tens of thousands of gazes were focused on her, making her feel slightly uneasy. She didn't think much about it, replying in a daze, "My young masters." The moment she said that, everyone's heartstrings moved. The one who trained this girl to such a realm wasn't those famous elders of Song Xingdao, but that Tan Xiu. Speaking of which, this Xuechu seemed to be his maidservant. If a maidservant was like that, then what about her master? Before this, their impression of Tan Xiu was only in Black Spirit Canyon, using 800 common people mysterious dragon warriors to defeat the Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry. In the end, using Grade 6 to defeat Grade 7, 201 swords to defeat Tailing Sex Jilingzi. The first 200 swords to defend, the last to attack, 1 sword to defeat. Hence, he was famous in the world. However, at this moment, with the snow as a foil, the impression of Tan Xiu in everyone's hearts suddenly became somewhat unfathomable and blurred. Tan Xiu? Jiuyu's brows twitched, his expression returning to normal, like an antelope hanging its horn, and also like an immortal for beyond the heavens. If it weren't for this sword, Miss Xuechu might not have been able to break through to the 7th rank so smoothly. Then, was the sword technique at the back also taught by your young master? Chu Shui finally came to her senses. It seemed that it was better for others not to know about these things. He shook his head decisively. "I'm not telling you." Jiuyu smiled. Looking at Chu Shui's expression, one could confirm it. He looked once more at Fong Wen and the space above. "Palace Head Fong. This time I, Jiuyu, came for your sect Tan Xiu." The letter of challenge had already been issued, so why did he reject it? Could it be that your sect's first seat, Tan, is afraid to fight? The people around were startled when they heard that, following which their expressions became weird. Since Tan Xiu could teach Chu Shui single-handedly, no one doubted Tan Xiu's sword path attainments. At this moment, no one would think that Tan Xiu was afraid to fight. They also knew that Jiuyu's words were just to provoke Song Xingdao to agree. However, at this moment, be it Song Xingdao's disciples or those spectators, their eyes were filled with anticipation, quietly waiting for Fong Wen's reply. They all wanted to see the glory of this common people palace first seat, amongst which Knife Lord Li Wuhui and the others had sharp eyes as they stared at Fangwen. The battle between Chu Shui and Juyu was indeed exciting. However, the former relied more on instinct. The latter was caught off guard and lost the initiative, unable to turn the situation around. This was why it couldn't be considered a peak martial path battle. If Tan Xiao could fight for the first time, then his trip to the common people's vast habitat was worth it. Chu Shui didn't feel anything, furious. My young master isn't afraid to fight. Thinking about it, she couldn't give a convincing explanation. She could only find a random reason. He doesn't like you. With your ability, you can't even beat me. My young master won't compete with you. At the start, her tone was a little hesitant, but towards the end, she was really confident. Juyu shook his head, waving his sleeves. Miss Xuechu, this is a matter between me and your young master. The common people palace head and your young master will make the decision. It has nothing to do with you. Chu Shui held her breath, just as she was about to say something. Fangwen suddenly spoke up. However, Fangwen suddenly said, Junior Sister Shui, you can come back now. Chu Shui was helpless and could only reluctantly say, oh. However, just as he turned around, he saw that countless gazes were focused on him. Some were grateful, some were envious, some were shocked, some were happy. Chu Shui was first at a loss, following which her face flushed red. She was a little embarrassed, but also a little gleeful. Hesitating for a moment, she acted like she didn't see anything and walked forwards. She learned from Zhong Shou, expressionless like she didn't care at all as she walked back. Suddenly, she understood what Zhong Shou's words meant by handsome, cool, those weird words. Her heart was floating, her mind not focused at all. Chu Shui suddenly felt a chaotic spiritual energy flow explode beneath her feet. It was like the ripples from the sword battle just now hadn't calmed down. She didn't step firmly, and then her entire body fell forward onto the ground. In that instance, the entire place was silent. Chu Shui's eyes instantly felt warm. Her eyes filled with tears as she looked into the sky. She was about to cry, nearly crying out loud, thinking to herself, Young master, you said that unlucky things would happen 6 hours later. You came to lie to Shui again. This is so embarrassing. How could a girl live? Fangwen was in the sky, his lips twitching. After a short while, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. His expression was solemn as he looked below, without any change in his expression. Young Master Ju, although you have sent the challenge letter, whether or not Junior Brother Tan will accept it is up to me, Song Shengdao, and Junior Brother Tan. It isn't up to you. Today's battle has ended, and I, Song Shengdao, have done nothing wrong. If you want to train your sword skills, you can go to other sects to challenge them. You can leave. When Jiyu heard that, his brows furrowed slightly, following which he smiled. With my personality, everything else is good. However, there are only 2 things that people criticize me for. One is sword maniac, and the other is stubborn. Once I decide on something, I won't give up halfway. Even if Song Shengdao and First Seat Tin don't agree, I will wait here. I will wait until you agree. After he finished, he stood on the spot. He closed his eyes, not saying anything, not moving at all. Fangwen's eyes constricted, following which he laughed coldly. Since you want to wait here, then up to you. After saying that, he was lazy to talk nonsense with this Juyu. Waving his sleeves, he walked back to Song Shengdao Palace. At this moment within the building, Han Fong smiled as he stood up from the rocking chair. Junior Brother Zhong, are you interested in fighting with this Juyu? Zhong Shou knew that this old man would ask that, curling his lips. Isn't the sect afraid that I will embarrass myself? No worries. Han Fong replied decisively, waving his sleeves magnanimously. With Chu Shui's battle before, I'd Song Shengdao have nothing to be afraid of. Even if he lost, with Chu Shui's battle just now, no one in the world would dare to underestimate Song Shengdao. At most, they would find it weird why a talent like Xuechu would lower herself to Tan Xiao to be his protector. Let's not. Let him wait. Zhong Shou laughed, thinking to himself that this was a classic example of kicking someone to the curb after crossing the river. Drinking water and forgetting about the person who dug the well. How heartless and heartless. It is because Chu Shui is in front that I don't dare to attack. If I am not as good as Shui, where will my face go? Zhong Shou mocked himself, but it was obvious that he didn't care much. At this moment, Han Feng asked casually, since you know that you're not as good as your own maidservant, then why are you still studying Dharma? All right, a few days ago on the mysterious Golden Life book, Junior Brother's ranking rose by 1. Did Junior Brother's cultivation change recently? Zhong Shou was stunned. He didn't know about that, following which he said vaguely, there was a change. Senior Brother will know in the future. When he said that, he stood up and walked out of the building. Remember, 3 million merit points. Not a single point less. The corner of Han Feng's eyes twitched. Then, Zhong Shou seemed to have thought about something, suddenly turning his head. Oh right, Senior Brother, I forgot that I still have a tail of snow leaf tips. Senior Brother won't go back on your words, right? Han Feng was instantly furious, grabbing a teacup at the side and throwing it towards the door, scolding Scram. This fellow stole an entire bottle of spiritual wine and 7 red jade spirit containing fruits. He actually had the face to ask him for snow leaf tips. Preposterous. Zhong Shou laughed, not feeling disappointed, turning around and stepping out of the building. He used spells to cover his face. At this moment, most of the Tsang Shengdao disciples were still standing on the spot, immersed in the intense battle just now. No one noticed him, which was why he silently walked into the common people's vast habitat. There were already many people who returned to the vast habitat, forming groups of 3 to 5 as they discussed. Zhong Shou didn't listen carefully, but these people didn't bother to hide what they were talking about. Those voices naturally drilled into his ears. What a waste. This time First Seat Tin isn't willing to fight. If not, he would definitely defeat Juyu. In the past, great Senior Master Shuichu seemed really dumb. Who knew that she was so amazing? Combat, martial body, spirit, and martial arts merging into one. How enviable. This battle is enough to wipe out that Jiuyu's arrogance. To have such a servant, one can imagine the master. Who knows when I will be able to see First Seat Tan's sword technique. Zhong Shou's lips curled up. He was in a good mood. However, there were some discordant voices within. That Jiuyu said that Tan Xiu was afraid to fight. That might make sense. Speaking of which, this First Seat's cultivation hasn't broken through in over a year. Before today, who would know about Shuechu's talent? Spirit and martial arts merging into one. Combat, martial body. This is a gift from the heavens. To say that Tan Xiu taught her, isn't that overestimating him? That Juyu has already sealed his own internal energy. What does First Seat Tan have to worry about? Even if he loses. If he can be like Shuechu, even if he loses, it would be a glorious loss. Zhong Shou rubbed his brows, breaking out into a laugh. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them, and walked towards First Courtyard A. Chapter 479. Returning to the courtyard, Zhong Shou left the spiritual fruits and wine in the main hall. Then, he walked into his quiet room alone, only to see that this small 400 feet space had totally turned into a light and dark world. The dark side didn't even have a bit of light. The other half of the light was blindingly white. The 2 spiritual pearls which had turned into the rough embryos of the black and white holes were unable to be seen. Even if he spread out his spiritual sense, half of it was rejected and the other half was absorbed, unable to get rid of it. Luckily, at this moment, the blazing glass and extreme dark chill energy pearls had already connected with him. He had already refined it to the point where their minds were connected to each other. They could sense each other from several kilometers away. He could also clearly feel that a spiritual bridge had been built between the 2 embryos of the black and white holes. The extreme dark chill energy pearl wasn't only able to store the spiritual energy it absorbed into the depths of the pearl. The blazing glass pearl also didn't need to burn its source. Between the 2 of them, a cycle was formed, endless and endless. Looking forward, Zhong Shou hesitated slightly. If he stepped in, he would either be at the grade 7 realm, borrowing the strength of external items to directly form the Dharma. Or his foundations would be destroyed, his soul ocean would be wasted, and even his life would be in danger. There was only a 30% chance of success. Frowning and deep in thought, a moment later, Zhong Shou laughed coldly. He stepped forwards and sat down at the intersection of the black and white lights. A few spells were formed, and Zhong Shou also said, "Retract." Instantly, the black and white spiritual light, which couldn't be seen with the naked eye, suddenly covered him. It directly charged in from his god cloud body and merged into the depths of his soul. Zhong Shou's face instantly turned green. He only felt that half of his brain was ice cold and the other half was burning hot. It was about to cause his soul to instantly collapse. Without hesitation, Zhong Shou reached out with his hand, and a glass jade bottle appeared in his hand. A few drops of jade, white, spiritual liquid flew out. It was the magnificent spirit jade marrow that Long Ying had asked for from Ling Yun's sect for him. These drops of spiritual liquid also entered the space between his eyebrows, following which the entire soul relaxed. His thoughts, which had almost stopped, became active again. The two soul sea whirlpools that were on the verge of collapse began to rotate again. Zhong Shou's mind was pure as he went all out to control the two black and white spiritual pearls. One up and one down, they entered the center of the soul sea whirlpool. Then, with a boom, the two whirlpools suddenly exploded. However, just as they were about to be destroyed, all of his soul power started to revolve around the blazing glass pearls and the extreme dark frost origin pearls. His soul sea was rebuilt, but one side was dark and deep while the other side was bright and dazzling. After a long time, the situation in his soul had completely stabilized. Zhong Shou let out a sigh of relief, knowing that the first step had been completed. However, he did not let his guard down. Breaking through to the 7th level and forming the Dharma power was only the beginning. The most dangerous stage was still far from here. 7 days later, within the common people's vast habitat, within the main hall of the palace, Fangwen frowned as he looked forward. It was a cloud-light, illusionary scene. One could see outside of the vast habitat, within that wide space fissure. A large number of cultivators were gathered here. With a rough count, there were a total of 4,300 of them. Pretty much all of their cultivations were at least grade 6 and above. There were also 400 grade 7 and above experts. Factionless cultivators took up a quarter. The rest were cultivators from the various sects of the cloud world. This Juyu really gives me a headache. Fangwen felt his head hurt. It was really painful. Around him, a few of the academy elders were frowning as well. They seemed to be worried as well. It is okay for these people to gather here. I am afraid that there are people with bad intentions who want to harm me. Song Xingdao. I need to think of a way to solve it. Fangwen looked towards the person who spoke, only to see a 20-year-old girl looking at the illusionary image in the center with a worried expression. This was a spirit realm expert who was also an elder of Tai Yuan's sect. In recent years, due to cultivating a technique, he needed to rebuild his foundations. This was why he returned to the cloud world to seek protection from his sect. However, due to his cultivation being too strong, he could only stay within the vast habitat and take up the role of palace elder. The cloud world's spiritual wave was low. Even grade 8 cultivators and spirit masters couldn't stay outside for too long. If one was unable to find a suitable cultivation land, it would harm one's foundations. This was why those shrines, spiritual houses, and spiritual mountains were so important and were seen as the foundations of sections. If one didn't have a spiritual land to cultivate, not to mention improving one's cultivation, even maintaining one's realm would be tough. This Jueyu's background is extraordinary. We can't forcefully chase him away. Scoff. Even if he has a saint realm, end realm, behind him. Why do I, Song Xingdao, need to fear him? The rise of the spiritual wave will also be a time of huge battles. The sects won't stop, and I, Song Xingdao, will be dragged into it and won't be able to break free. If we have no choice, we should make enemies. This is a strategy to appease. I am ashamed of your words. Song Shengdao has been hated by everyone for 10,000 years, enemies on all sides. Who has he feared? This method is indeed inappropriate. However, forcefully chasing Juyu away is the last resort. In my opinion, we should let Zhongsho have a battle with him. However, if Senior Master isn't willing, what can we do? Fang Wen rubbed his brows and turned around to look at Han Fang. Since the battle between Chu Xue and Juyu, his Senior Master had been frowning and frowning. At this moment, his face was dark and sunken, his hand holding a golden message talisman that he received not long ago, like he was thinking about something. Seemingly feeling Fang Wen's gaze, Han Fang came back to his senses and laughed bitterly. It's the two Senior Masters Xianjing and Xianxian who were talking about Chu Xue. The entire main hall of the palace was instantly silent. Everyone lowered their heads and looked down. Lin Xianjing, Lin Suan. One was the ancestor of Tai Yuan's sect, the other was the ancestor of Seven Spirits sect. In the past, she was Shi Zi's confidant. At this moment, she was also one of the two first-generation ancestors in Song Shengdao. Han Fang, on the other hand, coldly glanced at the group of academy elders. He naturally knew who among these people was the one who leaked the news. They said that within a few years, they will return to the cloud world to observe the juniors. It is rare for the two Senior Masters to return. We need to welcome them well and not disappoint them. This is also a rare opportunity for the new disciple of Song Shengdao. Fang Wen was even more conflicted. One Juyu was enough to give him a headache. He still hadn't solved it. Why did these two Senior Masters pop out? He wanted to immediately give up his position as the palace head. Even if he gave it to that unreliable fairy Lingbo, it was okay. Just as he was thinking about that, Fang Wen was shocked as he looked outside of the hall, following which he stood up and walked out like a dragon or tiger. It is snowing. Looking up into the sky, he saw that there was an endless amount of rolling dark clouds gathering in the horizon. Snowflakes were slowly drifting down. Han Fang and the others all stepped into the main hall of the palace, following which they looked at the sky in shock. What's going on? Why is it snowing within the vast habitat? Did someone cast a spell within the vast habitat? The few elders all exchanged glances with one another, their faces filled with weird expressions. Although this vast habitat simulated the setting of the sun and moon, the changing of day and night. However, this wasn't the real world. The 4 seasons were like spring from start to end. There were no changes to the seasons, and it definitely wouldn't snow. What was going on? That was unbelievable. Not only is it snowing, do you all feel the changes in the heaven and earth spiritual energy? Oh! It has all stopped. Pretty much all the heaven and earth spiritual energy didn't flow at all, appearing really stiff and lifeless. It was as if he had been completely frozen by an indescribable force. Han Fang's expression sunk slightly. He had never seen such a scene before. He swept around with his spiritual sense, but still didn't know what the reason was. In the end, he could only look in the direction of First Courtyard A. Did the weather change have something to do with that fellow? Following which he broke out into a laugh. How was that possible? To lock down all the spiritual energy within 1,000,000 feet. Even if it was him, he could only barely do so. Instead of saying that this scene was man-made, it was more like an omen. It shouldn't be limited to the common people's vast habitat. He also felt weird. Who was it? What matter caused such a huge commotion? Could it be that the legendary divine emperor who would rule over millions of worlds had come into being? But didn't that have to wait for tens of years? Why is it snowing? This is the first time I have seen it at the same time within the 10 over lecture halls of the Common People Palace. A large half of the Common People Palace disciples surged out of the halls. Those 10 over lecturers didn't stop them, similarly walking out of the hall and looking upwards. Yuan Fei also walked out of the lecture hall. His expression was really unnatural, a little sneaky, like he was afraid that others would notice him. Since the battle with Juyu, the arrogance in his eyes had faded by a lot. He could still console himself that he wasn't as strong as Juyu. That Juyu was simply too strong, sweeping the various factions of the Cloud World. The Sword Prince, whose sword technique was close to invincible. With grade 8 strength, going all out and going all out. Naturally, he could suppress him. However, even that Shuechu was far stronger than him. Using her initial grade 7 strength to fight with Juyu, she wasn't at a disadvantage at all. This was something that he couldn't accept. This was also the first time he knew that he thought that he was the pride of the heavens. However, in this world, there were numerous stronger people. He was 20 years old and entered the peak of grade 7. Actually, there wasn't much to be proud of. Compared to these people, he was nothing. His master always told him not to be arrogant and annoyed, but he was always unable to do so. However, only until that day did he totally wake up. If this went on, sooner or later he would get into huge trouble. Even if he was lucky and no one targeted him because of his arrogance, there would most probably be problems. Either it would damage his foundations, or he would die from carelessness. He had to learn from it. Along with the crowd walking out, Yuan Fei looked up and was stunned. It was really snowing. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Chapter 480. It is probably some celestial realm spirit master senior trying to cast spells. It should be. In our vast habitat, I have never heard of a rain and snow phenomenon. This heaven and earth spiritual energy is so weird. Yuan Fei sensed the surroundings. As expected, the heaven and earth spiritual energy was really solidified. For some reason, he felt his heart palpitating. However, he didn't know the cause and effect. Who knows whether or not the others sensed it. However, shortly after, the surrounding topic changed. I heard that Juyu is outside our vast habitat and hasn't retreated. That's true. I want to take a look yesterday. Not only is he still there, but there are also more and more random people. They say they are here to spectate, but who knows what these people are planning. Scoff. This sword prince actually has times when he acts shamelessly. How shameless. If I was great senior master Tan, I definitely wouldn't lie to him. Without two princes, you are being disrespectful to great senior master Tan. It is omitted. Omitted. Don't you find it hard to say? However, dragging on like this isn't a solution. Do you think great senior master Tan is afraid of the battle? Shut up. That day, First Seat Tam led 300 common people mysterious dragon warriors to charge at the formation, facing an enemy 100 times stronger than him. He didn't fear the battle, so why would he fear him? Didn't great senior master Shuechu also say that First Seat just doesn't like Juyu? Hey, are those words sincere, or are they just excuses? It is hard to say. Yuan Fei listened on from the side and felt that it was the case. He thought to himself that the words of these two were really what he wanted. If he wasn't afraid of the battle, why would he choose to go into seclusion at such a crucial moment? He stopped looking at the snow scenery, directly turning around and preparing to return to the lecture hall. However, in the next instance, he saw a person from the corner of his eyes. Then, his brows twitched, and he felt extremely helpless. Not far away, two people were walking over. One of them should be this generation's first seat of Seven Spirits sect, Zhao Yinran. The other was Shuechu, who he didn't want to see the most. Coincidentally or not, she was walking towards him. He couldn't avoid her at all. Zhao Yinran and Shuechu were also stunned when they saw Yuan Fei. The latter's eyes were filled with anger. Chushue really hated this fellow who liked to talk bad about young master. Unfortunately, after the battle with Juyu, this person slipped away and disappeared without a trace. Zhao Yinran was stunned for a moment before the corners of her lips curled up. Oh, isn't this senior martial Uncle Feiyuan? Why are you in the mood to come out and admire the snow? Yuan Fei's face was ashen. He wanted to put on the airs of a martial granduncle. But with Shuechu, a disciple with a higher seniority, he would only be humiliating himself. He could only snort coldly and say, "Who are you calling?" Zhao Yinran didn't show any fear, covering her mouth as she laughed. That day, who was the one who said that if Shuechu could stand firm in front of Juyu, then from today on she would write her name backwards. Yuan Fei, Fei Yuan, a monkey that can fly, what a good name. At this moment, everyone's gazes were also focused on them. Yuan Fei's face couldn't help but flush red, rage rising up in his chest, following which he came back to his senses. All right, he had to guard against arrogance and rashness. Regaining his calm, Yuan Fei rolled his eyes and had an idea, breaking out into a laugh. Forget it. It is okay to write my name backwards. I have high hopes for Senior Marshal Uncle Tan. If he doesn't dare to accept the challenge, if he loses, then my name will be written backwards. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Zhao Yinran provocatively from the corner of her eyes and walked back into the lecture hall triumphantly. Zhao Yinran blinked her eyes. After a few breaths, she came back to her senses. She couldn't help but find it amusing. This fellow was really shameless. He was sure that Zhong Shou wouldn't accept the challenge. Even if he fought Jueyu, he would lose without a doubt. On the other hand, the name could be changed back to its original name. Although she looked down on him in her heart, she was also happy. So their Cang Xingdao also had such a clown. Chu Shui was still in a daze, thinking to herself, why did this Yuan Fei suddenly change? Why did he have such high hopes for the young master? Could it be that this guy was actually a good person? As expected, the young master was right. What was that sentence called again? A scholar who has been away for 3 days should be looked at differently? That didn't seem right. At the same time, within the common people's vast habitat, Jueyu frowned as he looked around. There was no snow here, but the entire space gap was shaking and twisting. Numerous black cracks appeared and disappeared in the vicinity. Just now, there were already tens of people who were injured by the sudden explosion of space cracks. 2 grade 6 experts were even heavily injured and on the verge of death. Luckily, the people around acted in time and saved them. It seemed like the entire outer layer of the cloud world was moving uneasily. It also caused the space-time gap to continuously distort. Although it wasn't to the extent of breaking, this place had indeed become extremely dangerous. At this moment, not only him, even those tens of grade 9 and above cultivators had solemn expressions on their faces. There were also many people who were discussing, how did this happen? Is there someone attacking the cloud world? Impossible. At this moment, our cloud world is impregnable, and there are tens of end-realm experts outside. It isn't like 10,000 years ago when we were at the mercy of others. Even if they want to attack, they have to wait until the spiritual wave starts. This space shaking doesn't seem to come from outside. It comes from within, from the depths of the cloud world. Can you feel that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is different? It seems to have solidified. How did this happen? I feel like something is about to happen. I feel really uneasy and terrified, like some terrifying presence is about to descend. Could these changes be a heavenly omen? The spiritual wave hasn't even started, and something weird has already appeared. Jueyu was startled. He also felt the same way. He did feel like something was about to happen. However, he didn't feel any fear or uneasiness at all. That terrifying presence also didn't feel anything, just a little uneasy. Random thoughts rose up in his heart, and he wasn't able to calm down. Looking at the person who spoke, he was just a grade 6 spirit master. Most probably, it was just his imagination. Thinking about it for a moment, Jueyu reached out with his hand. An old man dressed like a coachman instantly appeared beside him. At this moment, Jueyu took out tens of golden talismans and tossed them over. These are teleportation talismans and soul-fixing talismans. Go out and take a look. Did something happen outside? Now that the universe is shaking, you have to be careful. After saying this, he continued to look in the direction of the common people's vast habitat. Looking from the outside, one of the 5 vast habitats was like a blue light that existed in the void. Looking behind him, helplessness appeared in his eyes. He wasn't willing to draw so many people over. However, he wasn't willing to give up on the battle with Tan Xiao. Only by fighting with such a true top sword path genius could he train his sword technique, which was why no matter what, he had to see that person, even if his methods were a little despicable. How is that possible? That girl really said that? Within Gantian Mountain City, within the original Shirley Ling Xiangding, there was still that in. Li Jila nearly crushed the wine cup in his hand. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, filled with red-hot rage. Originally, that day he listened to Kong Yao's orders to wait outside of Gantian Mountain City to head to Longxiang City together. Who knew that in the end, Kong Yao wouldn't return for a long time and was nowhere to be seen. He could only return to Gantian Mountain City to ask around for news. Who knew that, in the end, it would be such an outcome? Beside Li Jila sat a similarly silver-armored Xian martial realm cavalry. His expression was dark and sunken, filled with rage. It definitely won't be wrong. This is what I spent a lot of money to find out from the few female servants in Gantian Mountain Hanyan Palace. The Demon King had indeed prepared to take the governor-commander as his concubine. Actually, this matter had already spread out in the upper echelons of Gantian Mountain 2 days ago. Li Jila was furious when he heard that. The wine cup in his hand finally couldn't take it anymore. It was directly smashed into dust. You're really shameless. This Gantian Mountain Monster King is really an immoral ruler. How dare he do that? He wished that he could raise the spear in his hand and charge to the peak of Gantian Mountain to capture the Monster King and ask him for punishment. However, thinking about Zhongsho's strong combat ability of smashing a grade 8 talisman man with one sword, he didn't hesitate. After Li Jila thought about it, he decided not to. The more dangerous the situation was, the more he had to keep calm. He couldn't panic and couldn't act rashly. Who knows if it was a coincidence or not, but at this moment, not far away, a table of new guests also began to discuss Kong Yao's matter. Everyone, have you heard about the battle 10 days ago at the waist of Gantian Mountain? How can we not remember? That shook the entire city. I heard that our mountain city was destroyed and dozens of houses collapsed. Luckily, no one was hurt. In that case, do you all know who the person who acted that day was? What was the reason for that? The one who spoke was a round-faced fatty. As his face was too fat, it made his eyes seem smaller and smaller. He was wearing a luxurious robe and was acting like he was deep and mysterious. Until the people around all looked over did the fatty speak out in delight. One of the people who fought that day was a famous general of Gantian Mountain, the Zhong Yuan, who used 3,000 cavalry to crush 400,000 troops. The other was a titled governor-commander of the Central Cloud Continent. I heard that she was a girl who was as beautiful as a flower. She was only 29. 10 years ago, she was captured, and our ruler was prepared to take her in as a concubine. The people around were all stunned when they heard that, exchanging glances with one another. At this moment, those people who originally didn't care all looked over. Is that true? It is true. The Prime Minister said it in front of my brother. He personally said it. How can it be false? No one cared who this fatty's elder brother was. However, this matter had piqued their interest. For the ruler to take her in as a concubine, her looks must be top grade. I really want to see. Isn't that the same as snatching a girl? How can he do that? It isn't like the ruler didn't do it before. Do you remember that zither player? The ruler is good at everything, just that he is too perverted. Chapter 481. Zither musician Xian Yanlong? I heard that she was a zither musician in the Quiet Cloud Pavilion. Not only was she skilled, but she was also the top person in Shirley Ling Xiangding. I heard that she was extremely beautiful, alluring and charming, the best. I heard of her. 2 years ago, when the ruler took over the throne, he fell for her beauty. As a result, there was that absurd government order that completely sealed off the entire Shirley Ling Xiangding, just for her. Only after zither musician Xian went up the mountain to recommend herself did he build a city. He gave those pitiful girls a place to stay. Sigh. Li Jila's brows rose up, thinking to himself that he was indeed a licentious ruler. So when he took over the throne, he already had a record. So this Shirley Ling Xiangding was abandoned because of that. Speaking of which, 2 years ago, wasn't that Monster King only 14 years old? What a beast! His ears perked up as Li Jila listened carefully, only to hear someone open their mouth to speak. The ruler is indeed lecherous. I heard that beside him at all times there was a girl called Zhao Yanran. I heard that she was also a beauty. I skinned jade bones. Her skin was like mutton fat. Her beauty was even better than zither musician Xian. Who knows where the ruler snatched her from? See, There was actually such a thing. Her skin was like cream. How smooth and snow-white would it be? The ruler really has luck with women. Li Jilo was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. He was furious while thinking to himself, why wasn't that person him? Sigh. The ruler is so young and is charmed by beauty. This year he didn't deal with political matters. This isn't a blessing for our country. After all, she is the governor-commander of the Central Dynasty. Is it appropriate to forcefully take her in as a concubine? The heavens are high and the emperor is far away. What are you afraid of? No wonder recently there are some resources in short supply on the market. The ruler is probably preparing to take in a concubine, right? Hee. I have heard of this matter before, but it is another way of saying it. It isn't that the ruler wants to forcefully take that female governor-commander as a concubine. It is that she has her eyes on the ruler's talents. That day, when she couldn't snatch him, she was willing to give herself to him. Li Jila's eyes were slightly red. He couldn't bear it anymore and slammed his palm on the table. True Qi exploded out, instantly smashing the wooden table into smithereens with a hong sound. It also caused the entire restaurant to become silent and quiet. The surrounding gazes were all focused on this side, filled with astonishment. Li Jila also coldly glanced around. He wanted to flare up at these people, but he knew that most of the people in this restaurant were ignorant commoners. With a cold snort, he threw down a gold cake as compensation and strode out of the tavern. The silver-armored knight followed behind and advised anxiously, "Commander, it's better to consider this matter at length. Don't be rash. I think we should first report this to Jingdo. The Ministry of War and the marshals have their own plans. Governor-Commander is someone in the Emperor's heart. His Majesty definitely won't let Gantian Mountain off." Li Jila didn't say anything. He took a few deep breaths to calm his mind down. In the next instant, he looked at the sky in astonishment. Snowflakes fluttered down from the sky. Is it snowing? Snow in June. How is that possible? Li Jila's expression immediately turned gloomy, revealing a bit of sadness. Thinking to himself, does the heavens know what I'm thinking about? Within his heart, it was as cold as snow. Taishang Empire, Imperial Capital, Imperial Capital. At this moment, it was also snowing heavily. The buildings on the ground were covered in 2 feet of snow, dyeing the entire imperial capital white. Within the Fenghua Palace Administration Hall, the yellow-robed old man didn't deal with administrative matters. Instead, he walked out of the building and stood on the walkway under the roof, looking at the snow scenery outside, only to see that the entire imperial garden was white. The various colored flowers that were originally blooming now looked like flowers carved out of snow, giving off a moving scenery. Snow in June. The old man didn't have the heart to admire it. Instead, his brows furrowed tightly. What grievances did the heavens sense under my rule? The one standing beside him was the Internal Affairs Junior Supervisor Garoua. When he heard those words, he was instinctively shocked. Then, he smiled and replied, "How is that possible? Your Majesty has been working hard these few years, pulling out many nobles to stand in the imperial court. In terms of governance, apart from Taizong and Taizu, our Taishang dynasty is no better than your Majesty in these few years. The few officials in the imperial court, censorate, and Ministry of Justice are all famous Confucians. How can there be any grievances? Didn't the Grand Tutor send someone to send a message? He said that this sign has nothing to do with our Taishang. It seems like the source of our cloud world was disturbed, which caused the weather to change. As for the details, he is still investigating." The emperor-robed old man's face was still dark and sunken. He didn't feel at ease because of Garoua's consolation. The snow is 2 feet high. If this continues, it is going to become a snow disaster. I am afraid that the people of the country will have no harvest this year. Garoua was startled. Then, his face was filled with gratitude. "Your Majesty, our Taishang dynasty has had surplus over the years since you took over. The granary is rich. The country has accumulated grain for 3 years, saving billions of dollars. Even if there's a snow disaster, we can easily deal with it and have enough money to send disaster relief." Your Majesty doesn't forget about the people and is a virtuous ruler. If those people know about it, they will respect you even more. Virtuous? The old man mocked himself as he looked at his palm. A ball of energy rose up from within, showing a golden color. The Emperor Path's secret technique of the Taishang dynasty was known as the Dragon Emperor 9 Imperial Technique, which had 12 grades. He was also the second person in the Taishang dynasty to cultivate this technique to the 12th grade. His cultivation was so deep that it even exceeded that of the Taizu when he was alive. Even a deity realm expert would have to bow down before him. He was also praised as the ruler of the Taishang dynasty and was the saint ruler. During these years, he had indeed gone all out to turn the tides, working hard to rule and not slacking off at all. After the teen ascended, he gritted his teeth and finally fixed the leaking ship of the Taishang dynasty bit by bit. Even then, the old man knew that he was far from being a saint ruler. He was far from those so-called saint emperors of the ancient era. Although he couldn't see it, he knew that there were many other colors within the Emperor Path energy that he gathered. It was stronger than his ancestors, but there was a limit to it. He had even seen regret in the eyes of the Grand Preceptor and the Reverends who possessed supernatural abilities several times. Grand Tutor, you taught me in the past to be a ruler, to be virtuous, to be close to the people, and to be kind. Stay away from people and be close to people. To believe in the Confucian way of ruling the country. To be diligent, to empathize with the people, to be light on labor and taxes. If you say that if you give good gifts, then the people won't dare to be disrespectful. If you give good righteousness, then the people won't dare to be ungrateful. If you give good faith, then the people won't dare to be ungrateful. I ask myself, I have done all of these. However, why is it that in the eyes of the heavenly path, I am just a mediocre ruler? Why is the fate of this Taishang still shaking? Was I wrong, or was the Confucian path wrong? The old man's eyes were sinister, and his expression gradually became stern. He clenched his fists, and only to hear a low pong sound. In that instance, 1,000,000 feet of land in front of the emperor-robed old man snow and dust flew about. All the flowers and leaves were turned into dust. When Junior Supervisor Gao Ruo saw that, his eyes constricted, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. However, he didn't dare to walk away. Instead, he bowed. "Your Majesty, please calm down." The old man was like he was in a demon mode. His expression was vicious. When he heard Gao Ruo's words, he instantly came back to his senses and calmed down. "Get up." I lost my composure. He waved his sleeves, and it seemed like the snow had slowly stopped. The emperor-robed old man calmed down and didn't want to stay here any longer. Just as he was about to turn around and walk into the pavilion, he saw several broken corpses lying at the side of the messy imperial garden. There were some blood marks within the snow and dust that floated about in the garden. It seemed like their bodies were totally shattered. The old man frowned and didn't bother. Eunuchs. They were just servants of the Son of Heaven. If they died, then they died. Let people bury them. The families of the dead need to be compensated. Dealing with them like this was already a huge kindness. After casually giving an order, the old man walked into the pavilion on his own. He saw that there were dozens of golden memorials. They were floating beside the windows on both sides. Gao Ruo didn't wait for him to instruct and took them over one by one. Just as he was about to sit on the table, he saw the old man wave his hand tiredly. Gao Ruo instantly understood, flipping open one of the books. Just one look, and his expression was really weird. Following which he hurriedly opened the next one. His expression was even weirder. At this moment, the old man noticed that Gao Ruo's expression was weird. His brows rose, his tone was really calm. "Why aren't you reading out these memorials?" Gao Ruo didn't reply, flipping open a few more memorials, until the old man's eyes were filled with impatience. Only then did he bow and reply, "Your Majesty, the contents of these memorials are the same. Within our Taishang, dozens of states all had heavy snow at the same time. Not only our Taishang, the other regions of the central continent, the 4 continents and 12 islands, all had heavy snow. Even the 10 shrines, 19 spiritual houses, and even the 5 vast habitats were no exception. When the emperor robed old man heard that, he was stunned, his face filled with confusion. Forget about the 5 continents and 12 islands. However, these shrines, spiritual houses, and even vast habitats were all half independent of heaven and earth. Why would there be heavy snow? Although the Grand Teacher said that it wouldn't affect the fate of the country, how could he not be worried? Just as he was deep in thought, Gao Ruo flipped to another memorial. His pupils constricted as he said, "Your Majesty, today, in the Jinan Cave, 2-World Mountain Ming Miao Temple, White Horse Temple, Xiangwa Temple, and many other Buddhist temples. Like the primordial Buddha, horizontal 3-World Buddha, vertical 3-World Buddha, Vairocana Buddha, etc., all shook and gave off a bright light. It was said that the north wall of all the temples collapsed, without an exception. The old man was startled. A moment later he calmed down. So this change has something to do with the Buddhists? The servant who was sitting quietly at the side had already started to write silently at this moment. On the diary, he wrote, "On the 13th day of the 6th lunar month in the 27th year of the Yuanqing calendar, there was a heavy snowfall in the imperial capital. His Majesty was worried that the heavy snow would cause a disaster and actually forgot himself. When the snow stopped, I heard about the heavy snow in the cloud world, the changes in the temples. Your Majesty, calm down." Chapter 482. Within the room, the black and white around Zhongsho's body had totally disappeared. However, there were 2 more rings of light around his body, suddenly bright and suddenly dark, changing unpredictably. The skin and flesh all over his body didn't stop changing. Sometimes it was totally frozen, sometimes it was steam rising. However, within his skin, it was a different situation. Vital energy surged in his blood vessels. Internal energy surged in his chakra meridians. Pretty much all the essence energy gathered towards the Shunshao acupoint at the center of his brows. Zhongsho's mind was deep in thought, close to having no thoughts at all. Even the cold and hot switching in his body, the pain of 10,000 ants biting his heart, was unable to wake him up. In the depths of his soul, the changes of the black and white holes had already reached the extreme. 18 true talismans, 18 earth veins were all working together with the black hole to crazily absorb heaven and earth's spiritual energy, swiftly strengthening themselves. Also, the 2 soul ocean whirlpools that formed the black and white holes were also changing. They didn't expand, instead they shrunk by a lot. However, it seemed even more dark, bright, and blazing. His entire soul was also improving. All his soul was continuously regenerating, splitting, and expanding. Its source was also continuously changing. It had already been baked by the sky mirror soul shining technique to the point of turning to yang. It was even no weaker than those day wandering spirit masters. At this moment, the yang energy was transforming to a deeper level. It didn't seem like it was scorching. Instead, it gave off a warm feeling, neither cold nor hot. It didn't have the initial yin coldness, but it also didn't have the scorching heat after turning to yang. At the edge of his divine soul, the broken cracks were also gradually mending. Who knows when, but the 9-layer pagoda had sunk into the middle of the black and white holes. It was absorbing the pure spiritual energy that the 2 whirlpools converted. It gave off threads of light that filled the entire soul ocean. Below, it was still suppressing that one origin soul sword. The sword body was mainly gold in color. However, at this moment, at the sides of the sword body, 1 black and 1 white, 2 types of energy. Due to the suppression of the 9-layer pagoda, the golden energy was unable to spread out. That dragon pattern could only be limited within the sword body. After an unknown period of time, Zhongsho abruptly woke up from his trance. Looking into his soul, he felt a sense of joy rise up in his chest. After 10 days of nourishment, the rough embryos of the black and white holes finally merged with his soul ocean. His entire source spirit had also reached its peak state. Shortly after, He focused his mind and focused all of his attention. Once the nurturing was complete, it meant that the final step could begin. With the thought, every corner of Zhongsho's nascent soul began to burn spontaneously, and a raging heart flame soared. With the blazing glass beads and the extreme dark frigid element beads as their cores, the black and white holes also began to revolve faster and faster. His entire origin soul was rapidly shrinking. At this moment, all of his soul consciousness was being forcefully compressed. It was as if he wanted to use this to break free from some invisible shackles of this world. Zhongsho's mind continued to use his consciousness to visualize the specialties of the black and white holes. Who knows how long had passed, but his soul ocean suddenly exploded once more. From extreme condensation, it crazily swelled outwards like it was about to explode. In just an instant, the Yuan's soul core had expanded by nearly 100 times, making it seem incomparably wide. The intertwined black and white holes also separated from one another. The distance was also 100 times greater than before. They didn't interfere with one another, but they were closely connected to one another. The black hole continued to swallow while the white hole continued to give out light. A cycle was formed between the two. However, what was unexpected was that around the black and white holes, at this moment, countless stars appeared. They were specks of stars and were incomparably dazzling. In that instance, the room that Zhongsho was in changed once more. Boundless darkness and blazing white light radiated from his body. In the past, it was limited within the room, but now it totally broke out and covered the entire sky. Outside the room, Ruoshui and Zongyuan were sitting face to face. Their eyes were tightly shut, their eyes focused on their noses, and their noses focused on their hearts. He only left a few thoughts to pay attention to the movements within the room at all times. As a protector, naturally they had such a responsibility. Apart from protecting the safety of the spirit master when they used spells and cultivated, sometimes they even needed to help the spirit master cultivate. There was another person sitting beside them. It was Zhao Yinran. She was also outside the room, sweating profusely, drenching her clothes. Using the reverse seed cauldron technique, she left the seed in Zhongsho's body. It was like a flood, sending wave after wave of pure soul power over. It also forcefully sucked out a portion of her vital energy essence. However, that soul was still swiftly growing. The gains of these short 10 days were equivalent to 2 years of tough cultivation. Within the soul ocean, using the reverse seed cauldron technique, the 15 true spiritual talismans were also swelling. Out of the 15 spiritual veins, the remaining 4 were completely formed in this half a day. Her soul cultivation that was suppressed for so long started to loosen up, showing signs of breaking through. Every change made her inexplicably happy. She knew that at this moment, she was the seed. She stopped the infusion and her soul power stopped growing. At most in 10 days, she could break through to the day-wandering realm. The only thing that made Zhao Yinran feel uncomfortable was that her soul was burning. At this moment, half of it was burning hot, and the other half was bone-chilling. Who knows what kind of secret technique Zhongsho cultivated to be able to affect her soul through the seed. Bitterly holding on, Zhao Yinran suddenly felt a loud explosion spread out by her ear. Within his source spirit, stars began to appear one by one without any warning. A little black shadow and a little white light also suddenly appeared. Zhao Yinran was startled for a moment. A moment later, she comprehended. She knew that Zhongsho had broken the grade 6 shackles and entered the grade 7 return to sun realm. He had completely entered the heaven realm from the earth realm. Then, she felt her head go numb. The changes in her soul ocean seemed to be the legendary soul projection. Wasn't this a Buddhist technique? Why did it appear on her body? Legends had it that the most common cultivation method of the Buddhist faction. It was to recite the many scriptures that the Buddhas passed down and visualize the techniques. When one's cultivation reached a certain realm, one's thoughts would be one with the Buddhas. It would form the projection of these Buddhas in the soul. Then, one would be able to use some special techniques. Although one wouldn't be able to form one's own Dharma and wouldn't be able to climb to the highest end realm. However, power was often vast, and one's cultivation speed was extremely fast. For example, the Buddha of the three worlds who controlled the past, present, and future, Shakyamuni, Akalanatha, and Amitabha who controlled space, the primeval Buddha who controlled the one origin, and Vairocana who had the great sun divine ability. The Sambhogakaya Buddha and Nirmanakaya Buddha who grasped a portion of the cause and effect path. His Dharma idol was the pinnacle of abhijna in the world. Even if one only had one or two of their projections, one would be able to grasp limitless strength. However, this so-called Buddhist venerable was, after all, an end-realm expert. What kind of meditation technique did that kid cultivate? What kind of secret technique was it? He could actually use the seed to form a soul projection in his soul ocean, just as Zhao Yanran felt that it was unbelievable. Zhong Ruoshui and Zhong Yuan both opened their eyes, their expressions filled with shock. After exchanging glances with one another, they noticed that the other party was also filled with shock. They felt that there was suddenly something extra in their bloodline. It was indescribable and inexplicable. He only felt that it made his heart palpitate, terrifying, yet incomparably joyous. Ruoshui thought about it for a moment. Then she asked curiously, "Is it the sky, fox bloodline? Do you feel that there is something extra?" Zhong Yuan nodded his head, indicating that he felt the same. Then he frowned and looked at the room beside him. It shouldn't be wrong, this kind of mysterious power. There is a 99% chance that it came from the seven-tailed sky, fox bloodline in his body. If it was as expected, it had something to do with Zhong Shou, who was in secluded meditation to try to break through to grade 7. He and Ruoshui came from the same race. Although their bloodline was distant, the source was the same. They were both descendants of the seven-tailed Zhong family. Even if it was the same situation, then the source could only be found within the same race. The one with the biggest suspicion was Zhong Shou. However, in their hearts, they were filled with shock. What did Zhong Shou do? He could actually raise the bloodline and even trace it back to the bloodline. Even as distant relatives of the same clan, their bloodlines would be affected if this bloodline change could be awakened. It was similar to the natural ability passed down by beasts through their bloodline. However, such a situation could only be achieved by the legendary Saint Realm experts and those peak experts. For example, the ruler's mother's family, the Lu family that occupied 800 worlds, passed down the sky-burning blood. It was said that 20,000 years ago, their ancestors had 6 Saint Realm experts and 1 End Realm expert. They strengthened the sky-burning bloodline to the extreme. Exchanging glances with one another, Zhong Yuan and Ruoshui's faces were filled with confusion. In the next instance, the two of them felt their eyes darken and they were unable to see. The area around them was extremely cold. All the heaven and earth spiritual energy was sucked over by a huge suction force. There was also no light that could enter their eyes. Even when they spread out their spiritual sense, it was useless. They couldn't help but be shocked and nearly panicked. This was the first time the two of them had seen such a situation. Pretty much at the same time, within the book hiding hall B, Han Fong, who was looking at Shi Rulin cultivating, his white brows rose up. The benevolent expression on his face suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only astonishment and shock. He got up without hesitation. With just one step, he broke through space and arrived outside of the book hiding hall. Then he stood at the highest point of the vast habitat and looked down. However, he also didn't gain anything, only feeling that the entire vast habitat was split into black and white. On one side, it was as dark as ink. All light had disappeared without a trace. On the other side, it was bright and blazing white. That vast and boundless light filled up everything and also repelled all lines of sight. Chapter 483. If Han Fong was like that, then the other people of Song Shengdao were even worse. Within the 10 lecture halls of the palace, Although the disciples were still calm, panic and helplessness appeared on their faces. "What is going on?" A voice suddenly rang out. Han Fang turned around. Coincidentally, he saw Feng Tian fly over from nearby. Han Fang couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, shaking his head. "I don't know." He thought to himself that with two God Realm experts here, no matter what happened, they would be able to deal with it. This wasn't within the cloud world where cultivation was restricted. Instead, it was within the world river. Using the help of the vast habitat, Feng Tian and he both had 100% combat strength. He spread out his spiritual sense, especially in the direction of First Courtyard A, spreading it over. A moment later, he was shocked once more. He only felt that the moment his spiritual sense got 100 feet close to that courtyard, he lost contact with it. The wisps of spiritual awareness were completely swallowed by a huge suction force. The other spiritual senses also showed signs of losing control. Han Fang's eyes constricted. He didn't hesitate to retract his spiritual sense. He looked at Feng Tian, only to see that his face was also filled with shock. His face was slightly ashen white, like he had suffered a small loss. Exchanging glances with one another, Feng Tian opened his mouth, his eyes filled with confusion. It should be that Zhong Shou. What kind of secret technique did this fellow use? It isn't a secret technique, it should be an ability. Han Fang shook his head once more. Although his face was calm, his heart was like a storm. During these few days, junior brother Zhong Shou has been studying the Dharma path of Buddhism. He seems to be preparing to walk on the Dharma path to break through to grade 7 return to Sun Realm. Really? Feng Tian's brows rose. He didn't ask Han Fang. Why was Zhong Shou able to form a Dharma at grade 7? After all, the truth was placed in front of his eyes. Thinking about it for a moment, Feng Tian looked below. However, why have I never heard of such a Dharma? Unlimited light, endless darkness. There is actually such a path in heaven and earth. You and I are both in the immortal state, and our spiritual senses are equivalent to incarnations. It's incredible that we can devour it. Sensing it carefully, he realized that the loss of a few strands of spiritual sense should be permanent damage, as it could not be recovered. Han Fang's eyes were filled with thoughts. Then he looked in the direction of First Courtyard A and muttered, "It is indeed impossible, unless the great Tao of this divine ability pointed directly at the foundation. He is far above you and me." When he said this, the two of them were startled once again. Their eyes were sharp as they looked at each other again. After thinking about it, this was the only possibility. Senior Apprentice Brother Wei, you don't think that the situation in front of you is that simple? It looks like the Taiji diagram of Taoism. Wei Tian looked carefully, and as expected, the scene in front of him did indeed look like a Taiji diagram. In the core, there was boundless darkness and boundless light. However, in the periphery, there was no light at all. When the light dispersed, it was affected by the dark side and began to twist and spiral. The two formed a cycle. It was indeed similar to the yin-yang fish diagram of Taoism, except that it was three-dimensional. Near First Courtyard A was the eye of the yin-yang fish. However, it didn't seem right, as if something was missing. Wei Tian took in a deep cold breath. After a short while, he scoffed, although I don't know what kind of Tao and Dharma it is. To be able to swallow my spiritual sense, it definitely isn't simple. Just looking at it, I feel that it isn't simple. This time, what kind of monster did Junior Brother Wei find for Tsangxing Dao? Forget it. I, Wei Tian, will be the scapegoat today. Han Fang was silent and speechless, the thoughts in his heart unable to calm down for a long time. He had tried time and time again to persuade Zhong Shou to give up on the Dharma path. He also didn't know what kind of Dharma Zhong Shou's energy swallowing technique was suitable for. Just as he was prepared to see that kid fail and fall into despair and ask him for help, this Zhong Shou actually gave him such a huge surprise. Not only did he successfully form a Dharma, but it was most probably the core laws of this world. When he heard the last sentence, Han Fang came back to his senses. Naturally, he nodded his head. That is how it should be. Why didn't Senior Brother test out his techniques? Why did he have to mess around in our common people's vast habitat? You are just too unreliable. Wei Tian's brows rose up, following which he scoffed and kept silent. Unlimited light, endless darkness. He was more than willing to be the scapegoat. Within Song Xingdao, he used the core Dao of this world as his foundations. Zhongshou was the fourth. No wonder this person's name suddenly rose up a spot on the mysterious Golden Life book, following which he thought back to the sudden heavy snow that came not long ago. All the Buddhist temples in the world had their north walls collapse. The weird expression on Wei Tian's face became even thicker. The north was the venerated position. All the son of heaven and all the god positions faced the south. The walls were split the inside and outside to protect and block the wind. Such a sign. Did Song Shengdao poach the corner of this Buddhist faction? First courtyard A, inside the quiet room. Zhongshou was delighted. Along with his soul, he rose into the air from within his body. The black and white holes appeared on his body. In just an instant, the room was turned into dust. In Zhongshou's mind, it was like one black and one white, two suns hanging in midair. Luckily, he knew that Zhong Yuan, Ruo Shui, and the others were not far away. He carefully controlled himself and didn't hurt them. In that instance, the extreme dark chill energy pearl that turned into a black hole captured a few threads of spiritual sense. What a pure soul remembrance. Thinking about it, Zhongshou knew that the soul definitely came from Hanfang. In terms of strength, no one in the common people's vast habitat was stronger than this old man. However, when he had such a thought, these thoughts were wiped out by the black and white holes after dozens of cycles. It was a complete and utter erasure. There was no remnant consciousness. It was extremely pure. At this moment, even if he wanted to retreat, he couldn't. Zhongshou was too lazy to be courteous with this senior brother, directly merging these few bits of spiritual sense into his soul ocean. In that instance, his soul ocean swelled and swelled once more. The starlight around the black and white holes became even brighter, even more eye-catching. The number also increased by several times in that instance. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, thunder, wind, luck, stack, swallow, purify, illusion, yin, yang, heaven, earth, Ian, 18 true spiritual talismans hung between the black and white holes. Each of them gave off a bright golden glow. There were also the 8-tailed sky fox, lightning phoenix, and flame pictures, which were even more obvious. They were like many giant totems that existed in the void. At this moment, his soul power was unprecedentedly strong, pretty much covering half of the common people's vast habitat within. Samaram's light was slightly dazed before he came back to his senses. He was valiantly improving on his cultivation, not daring to stop at all and not daring to delay. However, the reason why he chased strength was because he wanted to climb to the peak of the sword path. He wouldn't be blinded by this fake strength. He continued to sense for a moment. Joy rose up in his heart. So this magnificent spirit jade marrow has such an ability. No wonder Long Ying would say that this magnificent spirit jade marrow could help him break through the barriers from heaven. The 9 grades of spirit masters could be categorized into the human, earth, and heaven realms. However, there was another way to call them, which was the spirit connecting, artifact controlling, and spirit controlling stages. When spirit masters started to cultivate, the first 3 grades were extremely weak in soul power. They could only use talismans and make talismans as well as some path techniques, which was why they were at the spirit connecting stage. The middle 3 grades were the artifact controlling stage, able to control spiritual artifacts. The last 3 grades were the spirit controlling stage, which was the heaven realm. They could use strong soul power to control spiritual energy all around. After stepping into the celestial path, the 4th grade spirit realm was the same as martial cultivation. They could sense and understand the structure of a portion of heaven and earth spiritual energy and use it more effectively. They were like a giant spiritual meridian, self-sufficient. Naturally, power spiritual cultivation and martial cultivation techniques would increase by 100 times. Not only could this magnificent spirit jade marrow strengthen spiritual meridians, but could also allow him to sense the spiritual energy all around more clearly. The person who consumed it could grasp a portion of the spirit realm cultivator's methods in advance. The heaven barrier of his barriers from heaven was when he broke through grade 9 and stepped into the celestial path. There was a barrier that was 10 times stronger than the human barrier from before. Understanding the methods of the spirit realm cultivator could indeed help him break through the heaven barrier. Along with Zhong Shoshin chanting, a blazing fire arrow formed in the air. It rearranged the gathered heaven and earth spiritual energy. Then, this normal grade 3 fire arrow technique's aura crazily rose. The flame at the core turned a blazing white color. It actually forcefully raised this grade 3 spell to grade 5. This was the spirit realm. Even the most shallow spells, in their hands, power wasn't weak. At this moment, Zhong Shou had only obtained a portion of the ability. Moreover, the modification speed was really slow. Before he was familiar with it, it couldn't be used. People who truly stepped into the celestial path were 100 times stronger than him. At this moment, tens of breaths had passed since he broke out of his shell. Zhong Shou also slowly brought this extremely huge soul ocean under his control. Before this, he couldn't control his body. His soul automatically broke out of his body. Then, the black and white holes covered the entire common people's vast habitat. Since he could control it, Zhong Shou wasn't willing to continue like this. If he had no choice, he wouldn't be willing to cause such a huge commotion like he was afraid that the world didn't know about it. With a thought, the black and white colors covering heaven and earth started to swiftly retract. Those two black and white suns each spun and drilled into the back of Zhong Shou's head, disappearing without a trace. Seeing the common people's vast habitat slowly recover back to normal, Zhong Shou's heart trembled. Zhong Shou's heart moved. At this moment, his soul power was so thick that it was no weaker than grade 8. The 18 true spiritual talismans were all filled with energy. The black and white suns were also unimaginably strong. Who knows if he could borrow their strength to form a shape? The moment such a thought rose up, he couldn't suppress it anymore. Zhong Shou directly did what he said, directly using the 18 true spiritual talismans as the core to form a shape. The black and white suns, one black and one white. Two streaks of light shot down and shone over. Chapter 484. When the black and white colors covering the vast habitat totally disappeared. Only in the 7th lecture hall did Yuan Fei calm down. The Tsang Shengdao disciples here were all elites of the elites. They might not be able to remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of them. However, they were able to maintain their calmness in times of danger. This was why just now, although they couldn't see anything and their spiritual sense couldn't reach out, no one panicked. They all sat quietly on the spot and waited. However, when the phenomenon totally disappeared, they couldn't help but form groups of 3 to 5 and discuss spiritedly with each other. What's going on? First, it was the snow for no reason, and then this white light. Why are there so many weird things happening in the common people's vast habitat one after another? I think it's at least a grade 5 and above grade spell. Even a celestial grade spell is possible. To be able to swallow spiritual sense, its grade wouldn't be too low. Just now I felt a little panicky. Did all of you feel the same? That light was too strong, nearly blinding me. Yuan Fei also felt a piercing pain in his eyes. This 7th lecture hall was instantly covered by the white light. Not only was he unable to see it, but it was also extremely eye-piercing. If he didn't close his eyes in time, he would be hurt by the light. He would definitely be unable to see anything for 3 days. The scorching heat in the surroundings was similarly unbearable. There was also the heart-pounding feeling in one's chest, which made one feel really uneasy. They were also shocked. Who was it that caused such a commotion? In the next moment, they heard a voice ring out in the air. Don't panic. Some sect god realm elders are trying to cast the spiritual formation and have lost control. All of you can settle down and don't panic. When the voice landed, the many disciples in the lecture hall were enlightened. As expected, so was a spiritual formation. Within our vast habitat, there are actually God realm experts. That is to be expected. Outside of my vast habitat, there is no one there. There are so many people, and there might be some who want to harm our common people's path and have bad intentions. Only with God realm experts can we ensure our safety. Speaking of which, who knows how long that Juyu is going to wait? It has already been 10 days. Why didn't the sect come out to chase him away? How can we chase him away? The other party came to challenge him openly. In my opinion, even if Tan Xiao doesn't accept the challenge, he should at least show himself once. As the topic slowly changed, Yuan Fei's face was filled with cold disdain. If it was him, he wouldn't recklessly fight with Juyu. Just as he was thinking this, his expression suddenly changed slightly. He felt a wave of soul pressure suddenly spread from all directions and enveloped him. This soul pressure was not strong, nor was it vast. However, even a peak rank 7 like him felt a little strenuous. He felt his soul remembrance completely freeze. Being suppressed by it, one could only feel that it was incomparably stagnant, unable to freely use it. The lecturer in charge of teaching was a spirit realm cultivator. His brows were slightly furrowed as he looked towards the east. That direction seemed to be where the disciples of the academy were staying. At this time, the rest of the people who were listening to the lecture, as long as their strength had reached the 7th level, also felt something. One after another, they traced the source of the soul pressure. Then, exclamations sounded out in the scripture preaching hall. Its first courtyard, it seems to be Tan Xiao. This situation should be that he has advanced. He is taking form. How is that possible? Did he step into the peak of grade 8 in one step? Even a grade 8 doesn't have such pressure. What is going on? Although they were unable to see with their eyes, at the end of their spiritual sense, they could feel an extremely majestic presence forming and taking form. An aura that was neither hot nor cold, using pure spiritual sense to slowly form into a human shape. Its features were clear, coincidentally looking like Zhongshou. It wasn't very strong, only grade 8 level. However, it caused everyone to feel that they were unable to get close and were being suppressed. Within their spiritual sense, they all felt a little fear. Even their control of heaven and earth spiritual energy seemed to be cut off. Like this soul that was about to form into a true form should be high above and looking down on them. Yuan Fei only felt startled. This 7th lecture hall was at least 200,000 feet away from the first courtyard A. The distance was so far, but it was still able to suppress a grade 7 peak like him to such an extent. There was only one possibility. That was that the core of Zhongshou was far above Yuan Fei in terms of quality. He didn't speak for a year and, in the end, shocked everyone. Even if he hasn't truly stepped into grade 8 body forming, to him grade 8 and grade 9 wouldn't be a problem. As long as he forms enough heaven talismans, he would naturally succeed. I really don't know how this Tanxio did it. He probably deserves the first seat position this time. I really don't know what the source of this kid's Tao is. It is actually so overbearing. That spirit realm lecturer's brows were tightly furrowed, like he didn't understand the changes in the rumors. As time went on, the body and air above the courtyard became clearer and clearer. His features were distinct, and he even had a robe on his body, looking real. Just as Yuan Fei's face was ashen white, a majestic and clear voice suddenly rang out within the vast habitat. Tan Xiao. I, Juyu, am here with sincerity to ask for advice on sword techniques and train my sword path. You don't dare to fight. You don't deserve to be called a swordsman. It was Ju who knew what technique he used to actually pierce through the spiritual formation outside and send his voice into the vast habitat space. The reverberation didn't stop for a long time. In the next moment, they heard Tan Xiao's soul body laugh out. Since that is the case, then let's have a battle. It seemed like he wasn't used to speaking with his soul body. There were some random sounds mixed in, but at the last half of the sentence, it regained its clarity. The entire Tsangshengdao Palace was in an uproar. Inside the 7th lecture hall, all of the disciples were either pleasantly surprised, expectant, or worried. Yuan Fei frowned and didn't understand. not knowing whether he should be happy or worried. He was happy that after waiting for so many days, Tanshio was finally going to fight. He was worried that in just a short 10 days, this Tanshio actually broke through. Not only could he form a true image, but his soul power was also no weaker than a grade 8 spirit master. Was he really able to win against Juyu this time? How was that possible? Consoling himself with a smile, his face turned ashen white. At this moment, Zhongsho didn't have any random thoughts. He waved his hands in midair and kicked his legs, only feeling that everything was going according to his wishes. It was said that after a grade 9 spirit master formed a true image, apart from not having real flesh and blood, it was similar to a real person. There wasn't much of a difference. Personally experiencing it today, it was indeed so. Only their strength was far from the same grade martial cultivators. However, at this moment, his body had a full 40 million kilograms of strength. Compared to an intermediate grade 7 martial cultivator who had 2 heaven veins, he wasn't any weaker. It was enough to deal with this battle. With a thought, the Yin fire, sword below, suddenly came out of its sheath and flew up into the air. He then looked towards Zhong Yuan and Ruoshui below. At this moment, Hanshi also flew out from his sleeves, looking up with a complicated expression. Speaking of which, it was weird that the Saint Fire Ant Queen's face could actually show such rich expressions. Astonishment, unwillingness, and fear were mixed together, and they were all clearly visible in his eyes. Apart from that, there was also respect and care. This was something that had never happened before. Be careful, protect me. Protect my physical body. Smiling slightly, Zhongsho casually instructed. He directly drove the sword and rose up. Bringing with it a bright sword glow, like a shooting star, he directly landed outside of the common people's vast habitat. In that instance, be it those low-grade disciples or Hanfong and Wei Tian who were high up in the vast habitat, they all couldn't help but pay attention. They charged out of the vast habitat and into the space gap, only to see that this place was still pitch black. Zhongsho brought the sword light down, directly landing in front of Juyu. It was also at this instant that a majestic and vast sword intent suddenly pressed down in all directions, like the descent of an origin mountain, suppressing all around. It was extremely strong and also extremely overbearing. In an instant, within a 200,000 feet radius, all the grade 6 spirit masters' faces were ashen white as they fell from the shaky and unstable spiritual artifacts. A large portion of the grade 7 cultivators were all careful, lowering their bodies and keeping their spiritual artifacts, not daring to stay in the air. Cold sweat appeared on their faces. Their spiritual sense was unable to reach out. It was just grade 8 soul power, but it suppressed them so thoroughly. Close to 300 grade 7 peak cultivators all bowed down to it, not only because of the sword intent, but also because of the spiritual sense close to the source of suppression. Only those grade 8 and grade 9 cultivators chose to go up against it. Some of them who were really angry directly used their spiritual sense to counterattack. However, the person in the sky wasn't affected at all. That sword intent was still as majestic as a dragon. When it landed, Zhongsho's sword directly pointed at Juyu. Common people Tan Shio, Brother Juyu, please use your sword. That body stood still. Zhongsho seemed to have totally merged into this space, like it was the other way around, controlling this space gap, along with the sword in his hand, merging into one, suppressing down. When he finished speaking, all the cultivators who were waiting here went into an uproar. He is Tanshio? Why does it seem like his body is already formed? Didn't I hear that this person hasn't broken through to grade 6? Extreme sword intent, as expected, he is the extreme of sword intent, on the same level as that Gantian Mountain Monster King, Zhongsho. In those few breaths, a large portion of the people's faces turned ashen white. No matter the outcome of this battle, just based on the direction, when Zhongsho descended, the aura that suppressed the thousands of cultivators here was enough to make this kid's name rise to another level. Song Shengdao's name didn't fall. He was indeed a genius. You're Tanxiu. Juyu looked up and down at Zhong Shou, only feeling that although his features were distinct, he was really elegant. However, what was weird was that no matter how he tried to memorize it, he couldn't remember it and wasn't able to put it together. He decided to give up, focusing on the sword in Zhong Shou's hand. That strong sword intent was something that even he could barely go up against. How strong? To be continued. Chapter 485. What sword intent is this? After being startled for a moment, Juyu came back to his senses. Instead, his eyes were filled with joy. More of it was doubt. He had never seen such a martial path intent from Zhong Shou. However, the strength of it was even above his great destruction sword. One origin great formless sword. Zhong Shou didn't care at all and casually replied. When he said formless words, he was a little delighted. If one said that this sword technique before was just a form, then at this moment, using his soul to display it, it was true to its name. His soul had the 5 elements, heaven and earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness, it was all there. No matter what sword technique, what cultivation method it was able to simulate it. He also looked forward to how this sword technique could evolve today. Formless? You created it yourself? Juyu thought about it and knew that this was most probably the sword technique that Tanxiu used to defeat Jilingzi in Black Spirit Canyon a year and a half ago. It probably had something to do with the formless of the Buddhist faction. However, one was small and one was big. Both were ambitious. Following which he observed Zhong Shou's body and then his brows furrowed. You aren't a sword cultivator, and what you cultivate isn't the sword soul path. Using the soul to fight. Tanxiu, are you trying to humiliate me? My martial path cultivation is only grade 6. Does Sword Prince want me to use my physical body to fight? Juyu's expression was instantly startled. Zhong Shou was already a little impatient. The fighting intent in his heart couldn't be suppressed. Stop the nonsense. I am going to attack. Pay attention. The moment he said that, the sword light in his hand rose up. Coincidentally, it was Chu Shui's first sword, light and elegant, like a celestial flying from the heavens. 1,000 feet was crossed in less than 1,000th of a second. Looking at the people who had seen this sword before, they had a different feeling. It was like a sword that descended from the heavens, not like a sword of the human world. The bright sword path was straight and direct. However, it felt really ethereal, like it could change into tens of thousands of things, unable to be grasped at all. Juyu's pupils constricted, and then he suddenly said, "Good." The new black broadsword in his hand also gave out a 10,000 feet black glow. The boundless black tide rose out of nowhere. If one said that Zhong Shou's sword was nimble and close to magical, then Juyu's sword was domineering, heavy, and violent, able to destroy everything. Before the sword's shadow even clashed, the martial path intent had already clashed. An immeasurable amount of uncontrollable thoughts scattered in all directions. It was as if it had turned into a substance, moving all over the place like lightning. Some unlucky 6th-order cultivators groaned as blood spurted out of their noses and mouths. Even the 7th-stage cultivators turned as pale as paper after being hit by the scattered sword intent. Then, those grade 8 and below all instinctively flew backwards. Stay as far away from those two as possible. In the next moment, there was a soft clang. Right where Zhong Shou and Juyu were standing, the entire stable space was collapsing. With the sword light as the core, it was like glass after it broke, shattering piece by piece. Large black ripples spread all about. The two of them were within, but they didn't care at all. His sword intent, which had reached its peak, was fighting against the spatial cracks. It repelled the black lines from getting close. The space cracks spread out in all directions. It caused the space crack to twist and shatter. The thousands of people here all had ashen white faces. Those cultivators who had sex to rely on, and seniors, naturally, had people protecting them to be able to survive. Those factionless cultivators all had ashen white faces, and their heads felt numb. At this moment, Tan Xiao and Juyu didn't care at all and were already in an intense battle. Zhong Shou's sword stabbed out, light and nimble. It sped through the black cracks. Juyu didn't give in at all. The Great Extinction sword intent, along with a vast black wave, tried to counterattack. Pretty much each sword strike caused this place to become more dangerous, causing the space storm to become more and more intense. Just as those grade 6 factionless cultivators were in despair, looking on as they were about to be ripped into pieces by the black cracks, a vast and boundless power suddenly spread over, causing the nearby space to stabilize once more. Everyone looked over in shock, following which they understood, only to see that common people palace head Fangwen had brought many Tsang Shengdao and elders out of the vast habitat. Although they didn't know who attacked, they were all grateful as they bowed towards him as a form of thanks. Juyu and Zhong Shou didn't notice anything. That one white, one dark, two sword lights were still clashing and clashing. In a blink of an eye, who knows how many times they clashed. The wind and the broken sword energy were all swallowed by the space cracks. The place that the two of them were at was also extremely dangerous. If they were not careful, their souls would be wiped out. However, when they slashed out, they didn't hesitate at all. Engaging in close combat, they didn't care about their own safety at all. The two sword intents continued to climb, crazily climbing above the peak. Juyu slowly laughed out maniacally. His fighting spirit burned. He only felt that he had rarely felt so good in his life. Satisfying. Satisfying. In these 2 years, today's battle is the most satisfying. 19 spiritual houses, 10 shrines, hundreds of experts can't be compared to you, Tan Xiao. Juyu is serious. I can't stop the sword behind. When he said that, that black-colored sword shadow suddenly slashed diagonally. All the black tide suddenly retracted. Following a really mysterious trajectory, it slashed horizontally where it passed. Even those thick python-like black cracks were sliced apart by this sword shadow, unable to block it at all. Zhong Shou's eyes lit up, his heart raging. This was the sword prince, Juyu, the unparalleled sword expert that swept the 3,000 worlds. 10 days ago, when he fought Chu Shui, it seemed like he didn't go all out. He had never seen him use such a killing sword technique before. However, he wasn't shocked but delighted instead. This was the God-Emperor era that all the geniuses in the future yearned for, wishing that they were born a few thousand years earlier. Geniuses were born. The stars were shining brightly. Just what I wanted. Zhong Shou laughed. Although he was a soul body, he felt like there was lava flowing and charging within his body. That fire-een sword was held horizontally in front of his body, following which there was a light ding. 100 feet out, the sword light intersected. Zhong Shou's body slightly leaned back before stopping. The black broadsword that was slashing diagonally was also sent flying backwards. The black energy wave seemed to have lost control. It spread out once more. What sword technique is this? Juyu's eyes turned cold. With a wave and a spin, the black-colored sword slashed down from the sky. The black wave gathered once more, like it had turned into a 10,000 feet long giant black sword. Great Extinction sword, destroying everything. Naturally, it included space. Hong, a loud ring. Under the black-colored sword shadow, the entire space contracted and expanded like a rubber ball that was being squeezed, following which was really like glass, shattering into pieces and separating into pieces. However, only Zhong Shou's sword and himself were still standing on the spot. One origin-een sword, another sword shadow pierced out. Where the sword light passed, numerous pieces of space were shattered. Like a video playback in the future, pieces of it flew backward and returned to its original state. The sword light was also extremely accurate, striking the spine of the black-colored broadsword from 100 feet out. Another sharp ding sounded out as the broadsword was sent flying back once more. Zhong Shou also took half a step back. The thousands of people here all held their breaths 10 breaths ago. They looked at the scenes in front of them in shock. Lei Dong was also silent. The feeling in his heart was indescribably complicated. In a short 2 years, that teen who was alone and had no help had grown to such a level. His brother really couldn't compare to him. Good sword technique. His attack is exquisite. His defense is also unbelievable. I wish I could replace him. An exclamation spread out. Jiuyu didn't need to look and knew that it was the knife lordly Wu Huei who was on the same level as the 3 pinnacle swords. He also had such a feeling in his heart. Jiuyu attacked. Zhongshu defended. In the blink of an eye, 7 sword strikes struck out. All of them were exquisite to the peak, lasting for a long time. At this moment, the people nearby were all in a daze while some were in deep discussion. What a sword, Prince Jiuyu! As expected from the second of the 3 pinnacle swords. This Tanxiu is actually on the same level as him. Great extinction sword used at full strength. It is actually so strong. This trip was worth it. I am so lucky. Jiuyu, Tanxiu, this battle is probably the peak sword battle that the world has seen in thousands of years. Muttering in a daze, Suchin beside him was at a loss. Only today did I know the difference between a genius and a normal person. To think that I was proud of my life. Who knew that the gap between us was like heaven and earth? In the end, he heaved a sigh of relief. Suchin suddenly summoned a golden talisman and shot it outwards into the void. Lei Dong's gaze didn't leave the front. However, he could sense the situation around him. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you doing?" Naturally, I'm telling Ruotao. Lei Dong frowned when he heard that. Ruotao, naturally, could only be the spiritual sword Ruotao, who was preparing for battle in the 10,000 sword vast habitat. He was Lei Dong's enemy. Tell him what for? You are my brother, and he is my best friend. If he misses this battle, he will regret it for many years. Suchin smiled, following which he sighed with a complicated expression. Such a peak sword battle. To sword cultivators like us, who knows how many years it will take for us to be able to witness it. Lei Dong instantly kept silent and didn't say anything more. At this moment, in the 10 over lecture halls of the common people's vast habitat, golden talismans flashed. Suddenly, many white-shirt disciples kept the scriptures in their hands and crazily surged out. Those who could fly flew swiftly. Those who could only walk dashed crazily like birds and beasts. Yuan Fei looked around in shock, only to see that half of the people listening to the lecture had left. He was instantly confused. He hurriedly grabbed onto someone who passed by. What is going on? Why aren't they listening to the lecture? He knew that outside of the vast habitat, Zhongshu and Jiuyu might be in an intense battle. The victory and defeat of the 2 of them was indeed a little tempting. However, this time was different from before. 10 days ago, the head of the palace allowed them to stop classes to watch the battle. At this moment, they were in the midst of a lecture. If they stopped halfway, they would most probably be given a demerit. It was okay for them direct disciples, but for those inner and outer sect disciples, if they weren't careful, they would be chased out of the vast habitat. Chapter 486. The person who was pulled was helpless, waving his sleeves and saying anxiously, "This senior brother, didn't anyone send you a talisman just now? I heard that the first seed has already fought with that Jiuyu, a total of 124 swords. It was really exciting. Today, even I Tsang Xingdao and the few elders think that this battle will be the peak sword battle in these 100 years. If we don't watch it, we will regret it for the rest of our lives." Yuan Fei's face flushed red. Usually he was cultivating outside. In the past, he didn't think highly of these fellow sect members. In the common people's vast habitat, he indeed didn't have many friends. Only the sect rules. Aren't you all afraid? That person didn't have the mood to say anything, walking out of the door while saying, "As they say, the law can't punish too many people. Didn't you see that even the teacher has left?" Yuan Fei turned his head. As expected, the lecturer had disappeared without a trace. He hesitated and wanted to follow to take a look. However, he was unwilling in his heart. He really didn't want to see Tanxiu, whom he had criticized and belittled countless times, in high spirits. Hesitating for a moment, in the end, he still walked out of the lecture hall, stepping in the air. Not long later, he was out of the common people's vast habitat. When everything within this space gap entered Yuan Fei's eyes, he instantly sucked in a deep, cold breath. However, this space, which was usually stable, was now ripped into two. Tan Xiao and Jueyu were in the middle of the gap. The black waves surged. Jueyu used the power of the broken space to raise the power of the great extinction sword to the extreme. As for Tan Xiao, he stood within the layers of black sword shadows, not taking even half a step back. The silver sword light flashed. It blocked all the black sword waves 100 feet away. Yuan Fei couldn't help but be slightly distracted. He was someone who knew his stuff. Just observing slightly, he knew that this battle was obviously different from 10 days ago when Xuechu and Juyu fought. The former's sword speed was extremely quick, relying on her superhuman instincts. As for the latter, they could only rely on their own reflexes to deal with it. Although it was dangerous and exciting, in terms of the level of sword Dao, its standard was extremely low. However, it was different at this moment. Every time the two of them attacked, there was a purpose behind it. Every step was calculated at least 10 steps ahead. Sometimes, a seemingly useless strike would only be effective after 3 to 5 strikes. He constantly forced the other party to reveal openings. The path of the sword was also extremely profound. The two martial intents collided together, unceasingly combining the forces of the entire world and clashing intensely. Even if it was just the aftermath, it was enough to make people shudder. The battle of the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the past 100 years. As he muttered, Yuan Fei's heart surged like a wave. This Tan Xiao's strength really made his heart palpitate. All his unwillingness to submit, all his arrogance, were completely shattered by the two. This third-generation true disciple was indeed the strongest person in their generation. He was fully deserving of the position of first seat. Yuan Fei's heart was in turmoil. He felt extremely conflicted. However, his eyes weren't willing to leave for even half a moment. Not only him, but all the disciples who walked out of the vast habitat were startled as they looked over. They all said that first seat Tan's sword path was strong and was the head of the common people's palace in these 20 years. So it wasn't bragging. Within our Tsang Xingdao, there is actually such an expert. From today onwards, let's see who dares to not submit. A year of accumulation, good preparation. Breaking through in a day, he is actually so strong. I think all of you are blind. Besides Suchin, a male around 20 years old suddenly tore open space and appeared beside the two of them without any signs. He stood tall like a lone pine. His facial features were cold, and his expression was cold. When Suchin saw that, he was startled. You came so quickly. Were you nearby? The distance between the 10,000 sword vast habitat and the common people's vast habitat was at least 30,000 miles. I used 12 small teleportation talismans. Casually speaking, this spiritual sword Ruotao swept Lei Dong with a glance. His eyes squinted, and he didn't care at all. Following which, he turned his gaze to where the intense battle was taking place. Achin, I hope that you won't disappoint me in this battle. You are worthy of these teleportation talismans. I don't believe that there's a 16-year-old sword cultivator who can fight on the same level as Juyu. When the two people in the distance entered his eyes, Ruotao's pupils constricted. A moment later, he muttered in a daze. That's right. If I didn't come today, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Lei Dong, who was beside him, let out a cold snort. He did not pay any attention to him as he continued to watch. Coincidentally, at this moment, there was a sharp ding in the air. Jueyu's black-colored broadsword was struck back when it was 100 feet away from Zhong Shou. His entire body was forced back 1,000 feet. However, this time he didn't attack. His face was ashen white as he stood on the spot. During the 149 times they clashed, the two of them went all out. They didn't have any time to rest up. Even if his cultivation was grade 8 and his internal energy was as thick as Juyu's, he felt that he couldn't hold on anymore. The true qi in his body was mostly used up. As for Zhong Shou's side, it was even worse. His entire body was twisting and turning. This was because his soul power was unable to maintain his Dharma body and true image. However, his recovery was much faster than Jiuyu's. In just a few breaths, the 18 spiritual veins in his soul ocean, as well as the black and white holes, had already extracted and purified ocean amounts of pure spiritual energy to replenish his consumption. Although Jiuyu had merged a few heaven veins, the rough embryos of the black and white holes in his soul, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy was much faster than other people with 5 or 6 heaven veins. On the side of Jiuyu, in just a moment, his breathing had recovered. However, he wasn't in a rush to attack. Instead, he was in deep thought. Since this sword technique of yours is called Grand Formless, it's most likely able to imitate other sword techniques, right? As for one origin, it should be the meaning of the origin of all things. Just now, you only defended and didn't attack. Were you distracted to learn my great extinction sword? Zhongshu's brows furrowed, following which he acknowledged, not hiding anything. That is indeed the case. Casually waving his hand, a black wave rose up on the fire-een sword. It was the specialty of the great extinction sword. 10 days ago, he had already seen this sword technique. However, if he didn't personally fight and experience it at a close distance, he wouldn't be able to deduce his true chi circulation path and his specific heart cultivation. On both sides of the space gap, the 10,000 people were silent. Only after being reminded by Jiuyu did they know that Zhongshu wasn't fully focused. He was actually distracted to learn the great extinction sword. Who knew that I, Jiu, would be looked down upon by others? Jiuyu broke out into a laugh, his eyes filled with annoyance. The fellow in front of him really made him annoyed. While he was fully focused, he was still distracted to deduce the source of his sword technique. However, he still didn't attack. He only raised the broadsword in his hand slightly and pointed forwards with a mysterious sword aura. Our sword techniques should be similar. First seat, Tan. Aren't you afraid of losing? Zhongshu's eyes opened wide. He lightly waved his sleeves, his lips curling as he raised his sword. The sword intent condensed and didn't dissipate, gathering 100 feet around. However, it covered 1,000,000 feet of space. It continued to sublimate and charge towards the peak. His one origin, sword, wasn't perfect. What he was most happy to see was to exchange blows with an expert like Jiuyu who was on the same level as him, to borrow his strength, to make up for what he lacked. Jiuyu laughed out loud and didn't say any more nonsense. The broadsword in his hand once again turned into a black glow and demon aura. However, it was different from before. Limitless destruction power instantly gathered all the black cracks along the way into the black sword glow. As the sword slashed down, the space around hundreds of thousands of feet had numerous black spiderweb-like marks and collapsed. It also caused Zhongshu's connection with the heaven and earth to be totally separated. Great destruction with no life. When the sword slashed out, there was no life under the sword. The sword technique that he was unable to break through in these 2 years. At this moment, it totally exploded out. Splitting your attention to steal sword techniques? Then I will beat you until you can't be distracted. Even if this one Origin sword was impregnable, he was going to shatter it. Zhongshu's eyes were solemn and cold, his expression slightly wary. It was still a cold sword light which directly shot forwards. 100 feet out, at the tip of the vast black sword light, the sword energy only spun and shook. Those numerous black cracks broke free from Jiuyu's control and exploded out. As for the black sword tide, its sword momentum was once again stopped. It was forced to retreat. Just a few thousand feet away, Ruo Tao also exclaimed in surprise. He straightened his body, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. Suchin was at a loss, just as his heart was filled with questions. Ruo Tao opened his mouth. This common people Tan Xiao is indeed extraordinary. His cultivation might not be as good as Jiuyu's, but his sword technique is stronger than Jiuyu's. He has already seen through 70% of the mysteries of this great extinction sword. This sword directly attacked the crucial point, bullying Juyu. He is unable to fully control his sword. 70%. Suchin was shocked as he looked at the soul shadow. Doesn't this mean that Juyu has already lost? That might not be the case. Ruatao smiled. This Tanshio is still learning, but you didn't see that Juyu's sword technique is improving by leaps and bounds. Every moment, it is improving and changing. Leidong on the side said with a muffled voice, "That's right. The two of them are on the same level. To think that you, Ruatao, are on the same level as Juyu. How many swords can you take from the two of them?" "Around 200 swords." Ruatao wasn't annoyed at all, smiling elegantly and mocking. "How many swords can you take from young Master Lei? Your talent in the sword path is something that even the heads of the sects praise. However, you are conflicted over such small matters and want to learn the knife. Not only your uncle and grandfather, but even Miss Zhenru's heart is broken for you." Leidong was instantly choked. In the end, he scoffed coldly and didn't bother. Looking into the sky, Zhongsho used another sword to force Juyu back. Then, the sword light retracted in front of his chest. His eyes were cold as he looked into the distance, filled with endless confidence. "Within 100 feet, it is my unbreakable sword domain." Chapter 487. West of the Central Cloud Continent, near a large city known as Huangzhou City, there was an extremely huge cave known as Jianan Cave. Dug under the giant mountain, it was 30,000 feet deep and 2,000 miles wide. The cave, which had a radius of over 10 miles, was filled with all kinds of Buddhist statues. 800 luan, many bodhisattvas, tens of Buddhist venerables. They all had different levels of spirituality, causing the cave to be covered in a 7-colored Buddhist light. Even tens of miles away, one could see the spiritual light shining. If one walked further in and reached the deepest part of the cave, if one had a certain amount of Buddhist power, one would be able to step into a special space. 1,000,000 feet around, not within the common people's vast habitat. However, there was a small difference from the vast habitat. Jingyin walked in the depths of the cave, wearing a wide white monk robe. She was barefooted and was untainted by even a speck of dust. He looked around curiously. His eyes were filled with great joy, as well as a trace of delight and curiosity. Each time she passed a Buddha or Bodhisattva statue, she would bow respectfully. She was really sincere, and her intent was untainted by even a speck of dust. Lastly was Shakyamuni, who was 10,000 feet tall. He held a lotus in his hand, his lips smiling. Jingyin bowed slightly. Then, she followed a small path and climbed up. When she stepped onto the lotus on the palm, the scenes in front of her changed. It was like she was in another extremely wide space, 1,000,000 feet in size. One couldn't even see the end of it. Not far away, there was a temple that took up quite a bit of space and looked like a palace. However, Jingyi knew that she was still within the Jianan cave. Buddha country on the palm, on that lotus. The entire Jianan temple space was said to be built within this lotus-shaped Buddhist treasure. He looked around and saw many small novice monks and red-robed monks who had received their precepts walking in and out of the temple. At this moment, Jingyin wasn't the only one who was curious. These monks also looked over with puzzled gazes. Some were mesmerized by Jingyin's looks, while some were curious. This was a temple and not a nunnery. Why did a nun run to a monk temple for? However, Jingyin didn't mind. She continued to look around with great interest. She thought to herself that this was the man that Master talked about. As expected, he was different from them. Looking to the north, Jingyin's expression turned serious. As expected, the north wall here had collapsed before. Although it looked perfectly fine, it was obviously built not long ago. "Are you junior sister Jingyin?" A young monk wearing the uniform of a managing disciple. He walked over from the direction of the entrance. Jingyin looked at the top of his head, only to see that there were 6 scars. "I am Ziwan. Junior sister can call me senior brother. Junior sister, please follow me." Master Linghai has been waiting in the main hall, for a long time. Jingyi nodded her head and followed this Ziyuan as well. Along the way, she found it weird, only to see many young monks were whispering to one another. Hearing their words, Taoist spiritual talismans, Taoist faction spiritual talisman Taoist. Occasionally, there would be spatial fluctuations in the sky, as well as people. When Ziyuan saw the situation, he couldn't help but smile and explain, Junior's sister doesn't know. Just 2 hours ago, Sword Prince Juyu and Tsang Shengdao Tan Xiu agreed to fight in front of the common people's vast habitat. The two of them fought intensely until now they were on the same level. Who knows why, but the few senior brothers who went to spectate sent news back. They all said that Juyu and Tan Xiu were the two most outstanding sword cultivators in 100 years. They also said that this battle was the most classic battle at the peak of sword sense. Thus, the small teleportation talisman and the sky-crossing pearl suddenly became popular. Many senior brothers wanted to rush over to take a look. Ah, Jingyin exclaimed. She was slightly surprised. She was born in the temple since young and was brought up by her master. As such, she knew very little about the cultivation world. However, this Juyu was so famous, and she still heard about him. He challenged 10 shrines, 19 spiritual houses, and never lost. Even when facing grade 9 experts, he could retreat safely. Such a person could be called a legend. Jingyin thought that in this world, this Juyu should be unique. So in this world, there was actually someone who could be on the same level as him. After saying those words, Ziyuan scoffed in disdain. They just haven't seen the world. A grade 7, a grade 8, how strong can they be? Even if it is a little exciting, it is still a sword battle under the celestial path. Why are you so anxious, wasting so many small teleportation talismans? Although he said that, Ziyuan's footsteps seemed to be a little impatient as he walked forwards. He walked swiftly, passing through several courtyards, and arrived in front of a wide hall. On the signboard, there were the words Great Xiong. Great meant that it included everything, while Xiong meant to subdue demons. It was always the name of the main hall of the Buddhist temples. Jingyin followed Ziyuan and walked in. In her heart, she felt weird. This hall that worshipped the 3 Buddhas, no matter how she thought about it, it didn't seem like a place to receive guests. Why was Senior Master Linghai waiting for her here? When he stepped through the door, he saw an unfamiliar, plump old monk sitting on a praying mat. He was wearing a purple gold kasaya, looking really rich. However, at this moment, he was frowning and sighing like he was worried about something. After Vaughn brought her here, he bowed and retreated. Jingyin wasn't afraid of strangers, first bowing towards Shakyamuni, Medicine Buddha, and Shakyamuni. Only then did she bow towards the fat monk. Disciple Jingyin greets Senior Master Linghai. You finally came. Sit. His finger pointed at the praying mat opposite until Jingyin sat down. Linghai opened his mouth. Before coming here, did your master tell you anything? Jingyin shook her head slightly. In truth, since she was ordered by her master to rush over to this Jinan cave, she was totally confused from start to finish. It seems like I still have to be the bad guy. Linghai sighed, his face filled with helplessness. From today onwards, Jingyin, you were chased out of the sect and returned to the secular world. Jingyin was startled. However, she wasn't shocked and didn't panic at all. She just blinked her eyes, filled with a questioning intent. When Linghai saw that, he couldn't help but praise. This girl was really intelligent. Jingyin, do you know about the changes in the various temples of the cloud world? Disciple has heard about it. Jingyin nodded her head. I heard that 3 days ago, the Buddha statues shone and the north wall collapsed. Large and small temples all collapsed without exception. After which, Master said that the north is the venerated position. All the god positions are facing the south. The walls are built to split the inside and outside. Our Buddhist faction has a huge calamity, or maybe it is fate. Yes, Master has always been good at comprehension. This is indeed a huge calamity for our Buddhist faction and also fate. Linghai smiled. His expression was really complicated. Do you know that a few days ago, the various Buddhist venerables all sent down decrees? Not only my Jinan Cave, but the two-world mountain Ming Miao Temple, White Horse Temple, Shanghua Temple, Wutai Wenshu Temple, all the other temples were the same. Without exception, they were all 6 words. Ah! Jingyin exclaimed. Her face was filled with shock. Then, she saw Ling Hai point to the 2 sides of her. Jingyin looked in the direction of his finger. Then, she suddenly understood why Ling Hai had chosen to meet her in the Great Hall, only to see that on the golden tiles there were 3 words on the left and right. It was without a shadow or a trace. Only when one focused and looked at it would one be able to see it. Unlimited light. Endless darkness. Within those words, pretty much each word contained unlimited Buddhist power, as well as tens of thousands of Taoists. Jingyin looked at it for a breath and felt her soul hurt, not daring to look anymore. Unlimited light and endless darkness? What does that mean? You can actually see the 6 words clearly and can hold on for a breath. Ling Hai leaned forward and carefully sized up Jingyin. Looks like I've really found the right person this time. My useless disciple went all out and could only read the 4 words and couldn't even see half a breath. Oh! Not bad. Your looks and aura are top in the world. You will definitely be able to do this. Seeing Jingyin's brows furrow, Ling Hai smiled in embarrassment and retracted his body. It is unlimited light and endless darkness. Before this, I didn't know what it meant. Only yesterday did I understand. It should be to search for someone who has unlimited light and endless darkness. It is best if I can bring him into my Buddhist faction. When Jingyin heard that, her face was filled with confusion. Isn't unlimited light the power that Dari Rulai controls? Light shining everywhere, undying and undying. That is the core meaning of Vairocana. Halfway through her words, Ling Hai waved his hand and interrupted her. Then, he silently placed a few scriptures in front of Jingyin. Without an exception, they were all scriptures related to Dari Rulai. Dari Embryo, Storage Scripture, Dari Scripture Comb, Vairocana Light Scripture, Dari Dharma Scripture. There were a total of 10 scriptures made from special materials that could carry the Tao. Jingyin opened one of them curiously, and her expression finally changed. She flipped through several of them, and without an exception, there were changes. 3 days ago, all of Vairocana scriptures changed the words boundless light to boundless light. After this person's Tao foundations formed, even Vairocana didn't dare to call himself unlimited light. Jingyin's expression was a little stunned as she placed down the books in her hands. Vairocana is the incarnation of the great sun. I don't understand. What kind of great path could possess even stronger power of light than Mahavairocana? Endless darkness, speaking of which, this person is light and darkness in one body. There should be no distinction between infinity and immeasurable. How is that possible? Your senior master, I also don't understand. However, I can be sure that the person that these 6 words refer to is not bad. Ling Hai laughed bitterly. I chased you out of the sect to let you search for him. No matter what methods you use or what price you pay, you have to let this person enter the Buddhist sect. Even if you can't, you have to let him help our Buddhist sect in the future. Jingyin, are you willing to sacrifice yourself for our Buddha? Chapter 488. The reason I expelled you from the sect is so that you can go and look for him. No matter what methods you use or what price you pay, you have to make this person enter the Buddhist sect. Even if you can't, you have to let him help our Buddhist sect in the future. Jingyin, are you willing to sacrifice yourself for our Buddha? Jingyin didn't immediately agree. Instead, she was in deep thought. A few breaths later, she opened her mouth and asked, Jingyin wants to know the reason? Even if this person formed unlimited light and endless darkness Tao foundations, he might not join our Buddhist sect. The reason? Ling Hai was startled and a little surprised. In his eyes, with Jingyin's sincerity and the influence she had since she was young, she should agree without hesitation. Following which, he started to ponder. Who knows how long passed before he finally made a decision. Jingyin, do you know about the Pure Land of Bliss, Sumi World? I know. Jingyin nodded her head. The so-called Pure Land of Bliss is to leave all suffering, the first peaceful place. The suffering birth, old age, sickness, death, hatred, separation, unable to get what one wants, the fivine blazing, the 8 hardships. Saha has these 8 hardships. The Pure Land of Bliss is to leave forever. The peaceful place is peaceful and has no hidden worries. The Pure Land of Bliss is the first peaceful place. However, this Pure Land of Bliss, Sumi world, was an ideal world. It was just a concept that Amitabha raised. Even the so-called Western Pure Land of Bliss that this Buddhist venerable was in charge of was just a fake initial state. That's right. Ling Hai nodded his head. This Pure Land of Bliss is the core teachings of our Buddhist sect and the final goal of all Buddhist disciples. However, during these 10,000 years, the so-called Pure Land of Bliss is like a dream, illusionary. One can see it but can't touch it. Thus, the Buddhas have decided to open another universe outside of these 10 million worlds. Jingyin couldn't help but be shocked as she looked at Ling Hai. She knew his identity and definitely wouldn't lie. She also didn't doubt how Ling Hai found out about such secrets. Although he was in the cloud world, he was just an ordinary-looking, fat old monk. However, Jingyi knew this Ling Hai had already reached the Luohan realm. He was the person in charge of their Jingtu sect in the cloud world. Thinking about the previous sentence, he associated it with the collapse of the North Wall. Jingyin also gradually understood why Ling Hai wanted her to do such an absurd thing. Originally, the various Buddhas were full of confidence that they could open up a complete world. However, 3 days ago, I was shocked to realize that the grand Tao that my Buddhist faction grasped was actually lacking. This is the most fundamental oversight. Jingyin was already enlightened, but she still had some doubts in her heart. Since you already know the reason, why don't you ask? Could it be that within my Buddhist sect, we can't find anyone to cultivate this great Tao? You just need to spread the news, and my disciples will rush over like a flock of bees, right? Ling Hai sighed. How can it be so easy? Even though the ancestral Buddhas possessed boundless authority, they were not omnipotent. During these 2 days, your senior uncle tried to deduce, and he only felt despair. In order to cultivate this technique, one must first possess a special physique. One's body must be able to contain both light and dark yin and yang true power. He was also talented and could form at least 18 true spiritual talismans. One needs to be able to absorb a large portion of the laws in the world. Just these 2 rules alone are enough to stop all of the disciples of our Buddhist sect from entering the immortal world. As for the other basic cultivation methods, we have no way to do it. It is just too problematic. To succeed, we need at least tens of thousands of years, even hundreds of thousands of years. A trace of astonishment flashed across Jingyin's pure eyes, thinking to herself that these conditions were really harsh. If it wasn't for the sudden change 3 days ago and the Buddhist decrees that the various Buddhas sent down, she really couldn't believe that someone could form such a fundamental great Tao. Light and darkness in one body, that was just impossible. She was silent as she raised her head and looked at the 3 solemn Buddha statues. Jingyin sighed. I will try my best. Whether or not it can be done will depend on fate. When Ling Hai heard that, he was delighted instead, not showing any annoyance. That is great. He reminded her, after today, although you have returned to the secular world, my Jingtu sect will still be your home. We are your shield, and you can ask for help at any time. If you feel that you can't do it, you can come back. Seeing Jingyin nod her head, Ling Hai's expression was really complicated, following which he shouted towards the outside. Ziyuan, scram over and send your junior sister to the 10,000 Buddha vast habitat. A moment later, there was no reply. Just as Ling Hai was frowning, the voice of another disciple was heard, replying somewhat timidly. Martial ancestor, Senior Master Ziyuan went to the common people's vast habitat 30 minutes ago. He should be there to spectate the battle. Ling Hai couldn't help but raise his thick eyebrows. Filled with anger, he cursed. This stinking brat. How dare he? He is someone who studies Buddhism. What is the use of him going to watch others fight? Jingyin burst out laughing. The dark and bitter feeling in her heart slowly faded. She was also curious, what kind of person was that Tan Xiujuyu? Was it, as Ziyuan said, that he was the peak sword expert in the cloud world in the past 100 years? Common sky, vast habitat. Within that space gap, there were more and more people gathered here. At the start, there were only a few thousand people who rushed over to spectate, along with the 10,000 disciples who ran out from the common people's palace. However, as time went on, more and more cultivators rushed over. 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 70,000. There were no good spots. Then they forcefully opened up a temporary space. There were even people who didn't care about the chaotic space currents, standing within the numerous black cracks, wishing that they could get as close to those two people as possible. Within 100 feet, it is an unbreakable sword domain. This Tanshio, what a boastful tone. Then can you break it? I can't, but don't forget there is still the head of the 3 pinnacle swords. But don't forget that this Tanshio is only 16 years old. How strong. This time I really didn't come for nothing, as expected, a peak sword battle. Oh, this Tanshio's sword technique attainments are actually above that of Sword Prince Juyu. This is the Great Extinction Sword, as expected from its name. Although I am grade 8, I might not be able to take a sword from this person. Even a grade 9 expert is only SOSO. Discussions broke out, but they all tried their best to lower their voices, or more of them using spells to block it out. However, there were even more people who were fully focused, like they wanted to imprint the scenes in front of them into their hearts. Even if they didn't know the mysteries, they could go back and slowly comprehend it. Spectating on the spot, experiencing the changes in heaven and earth's spiritual energy, the clash of two extremely strong sword intents, the rise and fall of strength. In the end, it was much better than looking at the recorded scenes. Song Shengdao, Evil Path. Why is his luck so thick? Before there was Shui, Lingbo, and Fanwen. Recently that Shueshi also came out from Tailing Sect. I heard that he broke through to grade 9 that day. 20 years later, there is actually such a monster sword path genius. With this kid here, his strength is comparable to half a grade 9 expert. I heard that he is an unparalleled general talent. In the future, it seems like we have to be really careful against the 3 sects and 6 schools. In midair, the few common people palace elders all had weird expressions on their faces. They were both excited and a little worried. Zhongsho fought Juyu for 6 hours, exchanging 13,234 swords. They were on the same level. No matter how Juyu attacked, he was unable to enter the 100 feet area around him. It could be said that the name of Unbreakable Sword Domain was confirmed. Such battle results were indeed surprising, making Tsang Shengdao famous. The battle between these two peak sword intents was something that even they benefited from. However, when they looked at the tens of thousands of cultivators gathered here that were still increasing, they were unable to be at ease. There is no need to worry. 6 hours ago, Senior Master Wei Tian returned to the sect. Like he knew what the few elders were worried about, Fangwen said expressionlessly. However, he was forcefully acting calm. As the common people palace head, he was really clear about the meaning of this battle to Tsang Shengdao. Gathering the hearts of the 3 sects and 6 schools, obtaining more disciples, shocking the other sects. All sorts of benefits were indescribable. The expressions of the few elders relaxed. Since there were 2 God Realm experts using the vast habitat, even if the various sects of the cloud world attack, they would be fine. After today, the world will know. I, Tsang Shengdao, have one more origin formless sword. What I am worried about is the disciples below who haven't reached grade 7. Their foundations aren't stable. Being able to view this battle might not be a blessing. The one who spoke was an old man with a curly beard. Using his finger as a sword, he drew in the air. It was the sword moves that Zhongsho and Juyu displayed, their expressions filled with intoxication. The 2 of them were only at the peak of sword intent. However, there were many spirit realm experts who hadn't even reached the peak of sword intent. They didn't stick to one pattern. Their intents transcended their attainments in sword intent. Even in the eyes of people like him, he was shocked. No worries. A voice suddenly rang out. Two people appeared beside these few people. Those with bad talents, unable to break through to grade 7. Even if they retreat, they won't be able to break through. On the contrary, if they are able to comprehend something from this battle, it would be a huge opportunity for them. Those with good talents would be able to benefit greatly. When martial artists fight, the difference of a millimeter is 1,000 miles. Often, in less than 10 moves, victory and defeat would be decided. It is really hard to find an opponent of similar standards. Such an exciting sword battle is hard to see in 100 years. The one who spoke was Feng Tian. The people around, including the few third-generation elders, all wanted to bow, but he waved his sleeves to stop them. At this moment, Fan Gwen was slightly worried. Senior Master Zhong Shou wants to shock the Cloud World, but his momentum is too strong. As they say, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If one can't take the destruction of the wind and rain, how can one become a huge tree? Han Feng scoffed, filled with disdain. Since he can't hide his sharpness, then he doesn't need to hide anymore. It will be good to let those rascals test Junior Brother's sword. From now on, he can do whatever he wants within the Cloud World. Fan Gwen was startled, following which he came back to his senses. To be able to fight Juyu with the sword and not lose before the spiritual wave, Zhong Shou could indeed do whatever he wants. Chapter 489. That black and white sword shadow continuously clashed and clashed in the air. The entire space-time gap had been completely severed, forming a huge black crack. Within 10,000 feet, all the heaven and earth spiritual energy had disappeared. Only the 100 feet of land around Zhong Shou was still perfectly fine. Even if it was occasionally broken under the huge impact, it would be able to recover in time. Piece by piece, it returned to its original spot and returned to normal. However, Zhong Shou relied more on the black hole in his body to directly absorb spiritual energy from the source of heaven and earth. Although it was limited, it could reduce the consumption to the lowest. As for Juyu opposite him, he totally didn't rely on the heaven and earth spiritual energy. He only continued to merge the space storm and threads of black cracks into his sword. Similarly, his power was vast. Sword after sword clashing, Zhong Shou slowly couldn't care about anything else. He could only focus all his attention to deal with Juyu's attacks. He was pretty much a machine, not knowing the flow of time at all. Who knows how many swords they clashed for, but the sword light in their hands gave out a cracking sound at the same time. Following which, the black broadsword and fire-een sword seemed to be unable to take such a continuous, intense battle. After clashing once more, they all shattered and broke into pieces. Zhong Shou was startled, following which he stopped thinking about the sword-breaking matter. Without hesitation, he grabbed out into the air, instantly gathering the spiritual energy of the 5 directions. In just an instant, a silver energy sword was formed. On the side of Jiu, he didn't hesitate, instinctively reaching out with his hand, directly forming those void cracks into a sword shape and stabbing towards Zhong Shou. Pong! An explosion that was not inferior to the previous one reverberated through the entire space of 100,000 feet. The moment these two swords clashed, they broke into pieces once more. A moment later, the two silver-black sword lights gathered together once again, continuously clashing, continuously shattering. In the blink of an eye, there were another 1,000 strikes. At this moment, the speed at which the sword light gathered slowed down. Right away, Lei Dong noticed it. A moment later, Su Chen beside him frowned. The rhythm seems to have slowed down. The sword speed of the two people in front of him had obviously decreased by a lot. Juyu had to spend more time to complete that strike. As for Tan Xiu, the speed at which he condensed the silver sword aura also slowed down. And this was precisely what Su Chen found strange. The reason why Tan Xiu slowed down the speed at which he condensed the energy sword was obviously because he didn't have enough soul power. Unable to keep up, the true form of the spell body showed signs of instability and collapse. At this moment, he was going all out, seizing every opportunity to restore his source spirit. However, on Jiyu's side, he was obviously still at his peak. Although the consumption was huge, it was still manageable. At this moment, he didn't take the opportunity to oppress his opponent and secure his victory. Instead, he took the initiative to slow down the pace, giving Tan Xiu a chance to catch his breath. Moreover, every thrust of the sword seemed to be extremely strenuous. It was truly incomprehensible. What's so strange about that? Ruotao shook his head and smiled, his eyes shining with a strange glow. Juyu didn't do it willingly. The reason why he did that was because Tan Xiu had pretty much broken through his Great Extinction Sword. Didn't you see that Tan Xiu's consumption was decreasing each time? When facing Juyu's Great Extinction Sword, it was even easier, and he could break it halfway. He had obviously calculated Juyu's sword path. Su Qin's body shook. Thinking about it, that was really the case. The 700-odd sword behind were really like that. However, during this period of time, Tan Xiu didn't have enough soul power. Each time they clashed, it seemed really tough, which was why he didn't pay attention. At this moment, Lei Dong laughed coldly. Tan Xiu can't keep up, but Juyu needs to be more careful to make up for the weaknesses in his sword and try his best to change the sword path, to prevent him from being defeated in one strike. Su Chan was enlightened and knew that Juyu was being more careful. The tempo slowed down because he needed more time to calculate. However, if he didn't attack and allowed Tan Xiu to recover, he would still lose. The two people in front of him were already forced to the most desperate situation by each other. Ruotao beside also came to a conclusion. Within 10 swords, victory and defeat will be decided. If I didn't personally witness it, I really wouldn't dare to believe that apart from that person, there would be someone who could force Juyu to such a situation. Lei Dong scoffed coldly and didn't retort. It was obvious that he agreed with those words. Just 7 swords later, there was a low thud in the air. Juyu's body retreated 10,000 feet. This time he stood in the air and didn't continue to attack. His brows were tightly furrowed, his expression extremely solemn. Zhongshu still didn't chase, standing on the spot. His eyelids were slightly closed like he was resting up. After the silver energy sword in his hand dissipated, it temporarily didn't gather up. It just silently stood on the spot. Juyu was also in deep thought, like he was thinking back to the few swords from before. Only after a few breaths did he smile slightly. Between you and I, we have already exchanged 19,442 swords. This battle was truly refreshing. No matter if I win or lose, I am satisfied today. Why not we decide the victor with the next sword? Zhongshu's brows furrowed as he opened his eyes. His soul power was already pretty much used up. At this moment, his body was only left with a faint shadow. It was tough for him to even make a sound. He nodded his head in a concise and comprehensive manner. Okay. Just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out. The black-colored sword glow in front of him rose up once more. A sword river filled with destructive power drowned over. It was obvious that Juyu had used all his strength in that sword, using all of his strength. Great Extinction, Sword of No Life. However, compared to when he first used it, he was much more familiar with it, and there were many more changes. More space storms, more true power were all contained within. Looking out, it was all that black-colored sword shadow, endless and endless. It made one unable to summon up the courage to block and go against it. It felt as if this sword was born to be unstoppable, as if it was born to destroy this space. Zhongshu's brows furrowed slightly as he stood on the spot. He was silent as he looked at the vast sword wave in front of him. Within his soul ocean, it was crazily spinning, analyzing and breaking it. It was only when the front of the black sword shadow was 100 feet away that the black sword shadow stopped. Only then did Zhongshu's intent burst out, like a silent volcano suddenly exploding out. His fighting intent surged once more. That martial path intent, which was already at the peak, seemed to have risen a little more at that moment. Without hesitation, another silver-colored energy sword was formed in his hand. following which he stabbed out. That unshakable belief in his heart became even more firm and strong. He would definitely be able to win this battle. The silver-colored sword stabbed out, coincidentally 100 feet out as it clashed with the black-colored sword wave. Another pung sound rang out as the two streaks of sword light scattered and scattered. However, this time the black sword only collapsed slightly before stopping. It was still like a flood as it drowned over. That silver-colored energy sword instantly recovered, like a maggot in a bone, piercing through the gaps of the sword wave. After 2,000 swords, this was the first time it pierced 100 feet out. The first 19,449 swords were for defense. Only the last one was for attack. One Origin Yang sword. Like mercury seeping into the ground, it entered through all holes. That sword light was like a needle piercing through the gaps as it continued to drill in. It was like a butcher dissecting a cow, breaking down the black-colored sword wave, cutting it open and charging into the core of the sword wave. Juyu, who was opposite, was trying his best to reject it. He was also extremely calm as he resisted, continuously changing the sword light. On one hand, he blocked the silver-colored sword shadow. On the other hand, it was like a surging river swallowing Zhongsho's body. At this moment, the 100,000 people here didn't make any sounds of discussion. They just looked on quietly. Apart from the sword energy clashing sounds, there was no other sound. Suchin's pupils constricted into a needle shape. He spread out his spiritual sense and spread out. Even if he was heavily injured by those black-colored cracks, he didn't care. He just wanted to imprint every change on the other side into his spiritual sense. How quick! Zhongsho's understanding of the Great Extinction Sword had reached a level where he knew it like the back of his hand. He was using a close to crazy speed to break down and dissipate the sword wave. Juyu was also doing his best. That vast sword wave was endless, and after it dissipated, even more sword images would be born, as though it was endless. Every time you break a sword, I will strike out once more. You can break 10 swords, 100 swords, but you can't break 1,000, 10,000 swords. Suchin's fists couldn't help but clench tightly. Since he started cultivating, this was the first time he had witnessed such an exciting sword battle. Two extreme sword intense, sword path geniuses clashing. It was actually so eye-catching. He also knew that at this moment, it had already reached the final juncture. However, he was still unable to determine the outcome. His heart was filled with suspense. Was it Tanshio who was defeated in the end? Or would he totally destroy Juyu's Great Extinction sword before his soul power was used up? Sword light intersecting, the times when they clashed were really few and far between. Juyu's expression was really serious. His eyes were really focused. He tried his best to capture where the true body of the silver sword image was. When Zhongsho couldn't continue, each sword energy clash could increase his chances of winning by a little. His body was continuously retreating at this moment. 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet. Under the attacks of the silver sword light, he could only retreat. Unable to block, he could only go all out to open up the distance. At this moment, Zhongsho's mind was about to go into a daze. The last bit of strength he had was continuously disappearing. He could only instinctively control the sword in his hand to charge forwards, instinctively resolving each sword move of Juyu. In his mind, the belief was like a mountain. Sword Emperor Tanshio had gone through 9,000 battles and had never lost. Today, he wouldn't lose here. At this moment, in midair, Fang Wen suddenly stepped forwards. Moments later, he realized that he had lost his composure. His fists were still tightly clenched, suppressing the nervousness in his chest as he gave out a self-mocking laugh. This battle is really soul-stirring. Chapter 490. Hanfang smiled when he heard that, not mocking at all. The outcome of this battle not only tugged at the heartstrings of the 100,000 cultivators here, but even he was also looking forward to the final result. Moments later, Han Fang's eyes were suddenly filled with joy. Junior brother has won. Feng Tian, who was beside him, nodded his head. He did win. Fangwen's expression changed. He also saw some clues. His senior master Zhong Shou had indeed shown signs of winning. Moments later, the 100,000 cultivators in the distance. They started to get restless. Some grade 9 and above experts all stood up. Looking at the situation, Tan Xiao has won. The great extinction sword has been broken. As long as he has a bit of soul power, it would be tough for him to reverse the situation. Jiuyu actually lost. Unbelievable. The rankings of the 6 pinnacle swords of the cloud world are probably going to change. 19,449 swords to defend, the last to attack. Winning with 1 sword, similar to the Battle of Black Spirit Canyon a year and a half ago. The Great Extinction Sword is a level 9 heaven-shocking level sword technique, yet he was able to completely break it within 8 hours. This person's talent is unparalleled in the world. Song Shengdao, Tan Xiao, 1 origin formless sword. From today on, there will be one more person in this world who will ascend to the pinnacle of the world. With grade 7 strength, how unbelievable. The moment the discussions rose up once more. In the air, there was a loud gong. The silver sword suddenly gave out a bright spiritual light, eye-catching and light. Where it touched, the black-colored sword wave was like snow meeting the blazing sun, retreating. That sword light also swiftly stabbed in with an unstoppable force. It broke Jiuyu's final defense and forced it back. Like a star falling, unstoppable. Until the end, it lightly tapped on Jiuyu's brow. When this scene was completely fixed, even those Type 9 powerhouses who had expected this could not help but sigh. The 100,000 cultivators all buzzed. Countless people stood up and stared fixedly at the sky. Their expressions were really complicated, mostly filled with emotions. They felt pity for Jiyu, sweeping the 10 shrines, 19 spiritual houses ending. They were also shocked by Tan Xiao's meteoric rise. This Tan Xiao actually won. The rising star is actually a little better than Jiyu. It is indeed exciting. I wish it would continue. 10 days ago, Xuechu fought Jiyu and lost in 146 swords. Today, Tan Xiao fought Jiyu for 8 hours. 19,450 sword strikes, and victory was achieved. This Cong Shengdao is really not something a normal sect can compare to. These 2 people are really worthy of the name of the pinnacle sword. Who knows how the other 4 people? In the common people's vast habitat, amongst the many disciples. In an inconspicuous corner, Xianyu was also in a daze as she looked at the sky. In the past 1.5 years, she had never given up. Even during these few months, she didn't have a moment of rest. But why was the gap between her and Tan Xiao so huge? No matter who it was, she couldn't take even 1 sword. Suddenly, Xuanya thought back to the words of her master. From start to finish, she had grown up in a greenhouse and hadn't been through any storms. As for that Jiyu, since he started out at 15, he had fought 300 battles. He started to grow from grade 5. Pretty much every day, he was in danger, training in life and death situations. She said that his sword wasn't something she could compare to. This might be where the gap between her and Jiyu was. But why was this Tan Xiao like Jiyu, even a little better? That sword technique seemed to have been trained thousands of times. It was concise but didn't lose its exquisiteness. Beside her, Yongqin curled her lips. Her tone was a little strange. It carried a little joy and some unwillingness as she said, "This Tan Xiao has actually won. It seems like I really underestimated him." Forget it. Seeing that he won this time, he decided to let him go. Yongqin won't argue with him. Chenro, who was beside her, broke out into a laugh when she heard that. She thought to herself that she didn't underestimate him, but wanted Zhong Shou to make a fool of himself so that she could vent her anger. However, she knew that Yongqin didn't have any bad intentions. In the crowd in the distance, there was one more person. It was Yuan Fei. His face was a little ashen white as he looked into the sky. Suddenly, a bell-like laugh spread out by his ear. isn't this senior nephew Fei Yuan? What are you doing here? Yuan Fei turned around and looked, only to see Shui Chu sitting cross-legged on a sword. Fei Ling was in midair, smiling as she looked at him, her eyes filled with excitement. Who knows if she was happy for Tan Xiu's victory or because she could continue to mock him. In the end, my young master won. You can't change your name. What will you do? Yuan Fei's face turned ashen white, white then green. In the end, he sighed slightly and bowed towards Chu Shui. In the future, I, Yuan Fei, will be called Fei Yuan. Before I get the recognition of my fellow sect members, First Seat Tan and Miss Xuechu, I won't change my name. Following which his body shook as he walked towards the vast habitat in a soulless manner. Chu Shui was startled when she saw that. Following which she used her fingernails to scratch her forehead in annoyance. For some reason, she felt a sense of guilt in her heart. It seemed like changing his name was a huge blow to Yuan Fei. She also didn't understand. What did this fellow changing his name have to do with her and the young master? Unfortunately, Sister Yanran and Sister Yanlan weren't here. If they were, they would know how to deal with him. In midair, the silver sword energy in Zhong Shou's hand only lasted for a moment before it dissipated. At the center of Juyu's brows, blood seeped down. At the last moment, Zhong Shou still had the ability to kill Juyu on the spot. However, at the last moment, he retracted the sword energy. Juyu's expression was at a loss. Only after a while did his eyes regain some color. This is my second defeat after losing to sword maniac Osamu Hara. In my 324 battles, I only lost to the two of you. Sword maniac Osamu Hara was the head of the original 3 pinnacle swords. Zhong Shou's soul power still hadn't recovered much. The 18 true spiritual talismans in his body, the black and white holes, were all extremely weak. This battle pretty much damaged his essence energy. Without a few days of quiet cultivation, he couldn't recover much of his spiritual energy. Since he couldn't speak, he could only listen quietly. However, these 2 defeats are something that I, Juyu, accept. As Juyu said that, he gave out a self-mocking laugh. 2 years ago, when I came out, I wanted to challenge the various sections. I wanted to complete my sword path accumulation and find a chance to break through. I was prepared to fight the sword maniac once more. Who knew that just as I came to the 5th vast habitat, I would meet someone like you? In this world, there is actually someone with sword path talent on the same level as Osamu Hara. Zhong Shou cupped his fist to express that he was overpraising. Following which, Juyu looked at his hand. However, the outcome is not bad. I have gained a lot from this battle. I have grasped the path of sword technique one with the spirit. It is a huge fortuitous encounter. My battle with the sword maniac has a little more confidence. However, from today onwards, I will have one more person to chase down and defeat. Zhong Shou shook his head slightly. His victory today was due to luck. Victory and defeat were actually just a thin line apart. Juyu's talent was actually on the same level as his. However, his body had already reached the sword soul level, so it was naturally much easier for him to analyze and break this great extinction sword. Once this person returned to digest and absorb his gains, it wouldn't be easy for him to defeat him. If he wanted to defeat him, it would no longer be that easy. There was no way he could catch up. He also knew that after he broke through to the heaven grade, the accumulation of his last life was about to be used up. In the future, it wouldn't be so easy for him to advance. I really don't know how you trained your sword technique at such a young age. It is even more concise and overbearing than me. Like in the past, you have gone through numerous killings. Brilliant and majestic, brilliant and natural, like the Emperor of the Sword, causing others to willingly submit. As he said that, Juyu's eyes were slightly messy, like he was thinking about something, losing focus. Zhong Shou was speechless. What majestic and majestic, like the Emperor of the Sword? Why didn't he feel that way? Juyu didn't bother about him. After being distracted for a moment, he came back to his senses. This battle has ended. There is no point in me staying any longer. I also don't want to be mocked by those people. I will take my leave now. I only hope that the next time before I head over, you won't lose to the hands of others. All right, I acted shamelessly this time, blocking your door to challenge you. It was my fault. I am sorry. He left right away. When he said that, Juyu had directly left this space gap. Who knows where he went? At this moment, those 100,000 cultivators were still in an uproar. Majestic and majestic, like the Emperor of the Heavens? It does have some taste. Emperor of the Sword? It seems like he really deserves his name. Second of the 6 pinnacle swords of the Cloud World, Sword Emperor Tan Xiao. Zhongshou flew in the sky and heard the voices below. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed and a little nervous. In the last life, when he was listed as one of the 7 emperors and was called the Sword Emperor Tan Xiao, he could still accept it. However, in this era where talents were born, he didn't dare to accept the title of Sword Emperor. Moreover, outside the Cloud World, there were many worlds where Spirit Realm experts walked all over and Celestial Realm experts flew all over. Just as he frowned slightly, Hanfang's voice sounded out from beside him. From today on, Junior Brother's name will spread throughout the Cloud World. How do you feel about the fresh second pinnacle sword? His tone was filled with teasing intent. However, just as it arrived, a spiritual light shot out and entered Zhongshou's soul body. Like a drop of spiritual liquid, the moment it entered his body, Zhongshou felt a cooling and comfortable feeling spread out from his body. His dried-up soul power was instantly restored. A small portion of it recovered. Although there was still some discomfort in his soul ocean, it caused his soul body to stabilize once more. As for Tanxio, he smiled again. From today on, Junior Brother will be the center of attention. I'm afraid you won't be able to be peaceful anymore. Zhongshou's brows furrowed, and then he regained his composure. If he could be low profile, naturally it would be for the best. If he couldn't, he didn't care. In the last life, he knew that. He wasn't a person who could bear with things. What is there to fear? While he spoke, Zhongshou looked at his hands. He felt that just now his sword intent seemed to have broken through. He wanted to try out this sword right now to see if it was the case. Chapter 491. Half a month later, in a 7-star altar that was floating in the air, Zhongshou sat cross-legged in the center. He used his spiritual sense to observe his body. It had been a long time since the battle with Juyu. At this moment, his soul ocean had stabilized. His essence energy slowly recovered. His soul ocean was filled up once more. However, at this moment, Zhongshou was a little worried. Annoyed. This is problematic. The reason wasn't in his soul ocean, but in his physical body. Due to the formation of the black and white holes, the Liu clan sky-burning blood was a little thicker. In comparison, the water element aspect was a little lacking. Although he had the 8-tailed sky fox bloodline going up against it, strictly speaking, the sky fox belonged to the illusion element and wasn't a true water element bloodline. It was still okay now. He could rely on his grade 8 soul power to suppress it. However, as time went on, there would be problems. It seems like within 2 months, I have to find a spirit realm water element god beast to swallow its source. He knew a few spirit realm god beasts, like the ice hornless dragon in the water fairy lake. However, the problem was that he couldn't beat it now. If he had no choice, he could only borrow the strength of the sect. This was the benefit of having a backer. When he couldn't beat someone, he could call for help. After sighing, Zhongshou opened his eyes. Then, he saw numerous spiritual lights shining in front of his eyes. This was the entrance to the world river. His 7-star spell, Altar, was floating at the border of this world river. The exit of a spiritual river was heading forwards. A few days ago, he didn't know what that old man Hanfang went crazy for. He actually suggested to sweep this world river to clear out the beasts near the vast habitat. The spiritual river flowing through thousands of worlds. However, there were some beasts and evil spirits who would choose a fixed area to move around. What Hanfang wanted to clear out were the beasts and evil spirits near the vast habitat that threatened Song Xingdao. It could be considered a compulsory mission this year that had to be completed. There was nothing wrong with that. However, the problem was the common people's palace. Currently, there were only a total of 160 Tier 7 powerhouses. Those below Tier 6 were basically not of much use. They could only clear out some small fish and shrimps in the corners and cheer for them. Therefore, the heavy responsibility of exterminating those high-level ferocious beasts fell on him, the chief disciple. Zhongsho naturally objected with all his might. However, what was strange was that when he, the 16th elder of the mysterious Golden Life Book, joined forces with Fong Wan, they were all forcefully rejected. It was unknown which senior in the sect had interfered. He had already locked onto his target, and it was definitely Wei Tian. Their ranking might not be higher than his, but if the two Grand Supreme Elders were to work together, their authority would exceed the 16th position. Fortunately, Zhongsho was not the only one to suffer. Fong Wan, Xue Shi, and a few other 8th and 9th Order martial artists who had joined the sect less than 100 years ago were all summoned back. He could be considered a fellow sufferer. Over the past few days, the academy had been in an uproar. It was only a matter of time before a riot broke out. At the exit of the Spirit River, there were some 6th and 7th Order disciples coming in and out. When they saw the 7-star spell alter, their expressions turned solemn as they moved to the side. Be it their identity or seniority, they all cupped their fists and bowed 35 degrees. Greetings, first seat. Greetings, first seat, Tan. First seat, disciple greets you. Zhongsho's face instantly smiled, warmly nodding his head towards the disciples at the sides. He waved his hand as a form of acknowledgement. This was one of the side effects of the battle with Juyu that day. In the entire vast habitat, close to 90% of the disciples suddenly worshipped him. Thus, every time they met, they would be respectful, afraid that they would be rude. Once or twice was nothing, but on the way over from the Spirit River, he bumped into a full 300 people. His head was sore, and his smile was a little stiff. It was as fake as one could want it to be. So that was the case. No wonder those top experts in the world, those famous people, most of them have facial paralysis. They are as cold as they want to be, as cool as they want to be. The secret is here. Zhongsho sighed. With the image from before, he couldn't change it even if he wanted to. He thought back to that Juyu. He was a chatterbox, but in the rumors, he was actually a cold and arrogant teen who didn't like to talk nonsense with others. When others greeted him, if he didn't like it, he would act like he didn't see it. The spell Alter entered the world river and headed towards the center. At this moment, there were many beasts and evil spirits that crazily surged over. Zhongsho's brows rose up, casually waving his sleeves, and 6 white lights flew out. They were the 6 Saint Fire Silver Ants. A year and a half ago, after merging with the Gonli Purple Gold Lotus Seed, between the eyebrows of the 6 crystal ants, there was an additional golden dot. Their combat strength increased by a lot, and they all had the combat strength of grade 7. Hanshi also flew out and floated beside Zhongsho's shoulder. Since his Dharma formed and entered grade 7, Hanshi and the lightning-winged flood dragon, these 2 natural protector beasts showed signs of breaking through once more, especially the latter, which was related to Zhongshoxin. Just relying on a portion of his comprehension of the heaven path, when he broke through, it charged from the middle of grade 7 to the perfect level. It was just a thin layer away from advancing. Hanshi also benefited a lot. The potential of this Ant Queen was so high that it made one's hair stand up. Originally, it could have broken through half a year ago. However, because Zhongsho forcefully suppressed it, it was stuck at the peak of grade 7 and couldn't move forward. Hence, recently, it was a little unhappy with him. However, during this half a month, for some reason, Hanshi didn't dare to exchange glances with him. Zhongsho didn't see those provocative gazes in the past. Who knows if this Saint Fire Ant Queen was really afraid of him or had learned to be smart. Beasts and evil beings grade 6 and below could be dealt with 6 silver ants. As for grade 7 strength, they just needed 2 to work together to kill them. Occasionally, when they couldn't handle it, Zhong Yuan and Ruo Shui would attack. With their close to grade 8 combat strength, even some grade 8 beasts would have to die. However, The closer they got to the center of the world river, the more tense the situation got. In the end, his lightning-winged flood dragon and Hanshi had no choice but to join in. Zhongsho was too lazy to search around the world river. Hence, right from the start, he placed a fire-colored egg in front of him. It was a red fire golden phoenix egg. He didn't hide his aura, allowing the spiritual energy fluctuations of the fire phoenix to spread out. Hence, the beasts and evil beings in the world river were like moths to a flame as they all charged over. During these few days, Zhongsho was the most lazy and didn't take the initiative to search. However, his battle gains were so huge that he was at the top of the list, pulling a huge distance behind. Even some grade 9 beasts couldn't compare to him. Only Fangwen and Shueshi could catch up. At this moment, the combat strength that could be used were all in intense battles. Only Chu Shui was sleeping soundly not far away. Since 7 days ago, when the cleanup started, this Shui suddenly became sleepy. Even in such an environment, she could sleep when she wanted, and it was really sweet. At the start, Zhongsho suspected that this brat was slacking off. However, after checking several times, there was nothing wrong. This brat was indeed in deep sleep, even if he didn't know the reason. Thinking about it, Zhongsho could only think that the reason was because Chu Shui was growing her body. Speaking of which, this Shui didn't grow much in these 2 years. Her breasts, however, seemed to have become even more perky. Compared to before, they were half a size larger. He glanced at Chu Shui, who was curled up like a little cat. Zhongsho couldn't help but gulp as he swallowed his saliva. Unknowingly, it was time for the peach to ripen. It was time to pluck it, just as his thoughts were running wild and his heart was racing. Suddenly, 2 people appeared in the distance. They seemed to be chased by some beasts and were in a bad state. However, their bodies were extremely quick, instantly covering 10,000 feet. As for the girl in front, when she saw the spell alter, she instantly sped up and charged over. Zhongsho frowned, keeping the fire phoenix egg into his heaven and earth bag. In just a moment, 2 petite people landed on the spell altar. The one in front was Zhao Yanran, and behind was Xian Yunlan. The latter smiled embarrassedly. Zhao Yanran's face was filled with surprise. What a coincidence! As expected first seat you are here. I nearly thought that I was going to die this time. Zhongsho scolded in his heart. Between the Tao seed and the cauldron, there was a connection. This definitely wasn't a coincidence, but this girl did it on purpose. Speak, what did you offend this time? Zhao Yanran smiled awkwardly. Her expression didn't change as she took out a few baby beasts from her heaven and earth bag. They were shaped like a tiger, but their fur was really thick. It was obvious that they were born not long ago and hadn't opened their eyes. Grade 5 lion tiger beast? Zhao Yanran, you really are skilled. Zhongsho gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. Grade 5 lion tiger beast had the bloodline of the white tiger. Not only was it high grade, but it was also a beast king. Only a spirit realm elite beast was able to give birth to it. Even those above grade 9 were dealt with by the elders in the palace. Just the subordinates of the beast king was enough to make one's head feel numb. With a thought, Zhongsho made up his mind to not bother and leave. Anyways, no one would die. However, this girl couldn't even think about keeping these lion-tiger cubs. She would most probably have to hand them over to the sect. Zhao Yanran knew Zhongsho's personality. At this moment, looking at Zhongsho's gaze, she knew that this Gantian mountain monster king was going to abandon them and run on his own. This fellow was just so heartless and shameless. However, she didn't panic, rolling her eyes as she smiled. This time we got 7 baby beasts. Apart from that, we also got some things. Rewards after the event. I can give you half. As expected, Zhongsho's eyes lit up, tempted. Taking in a deep breath, he shook his head. Half is too little, at least 80%. This time it was Zhao Yanran's turn. She gritted her teeth in anger. At most 60%. I also want to give half to Yunlan. Deal. Without hesitation, Zhongsho drove the 7-star spell alter and swiftly flew into the air, until he reached a place where the spiritual energy was the thickest. Chapter 492. Dozens of spiritual talismans shot out and floated around the spell altar, following which many silver needles were spat out from Zhongsho's sleeves. They shot out in all directions and covered the area, covering 100,000 feet. Once everything was arranged properly, Zhongsho started to wait quietly. At this moment, there were still many beasts around the spell altar that hadn't retreated. Zhongsho didn't bother, allowing Zhong Yuan and the others to work with a few St. Fire silver ants to kill them one by one. Zhao Yinran looked at him and couldn't help but mock, still the same. Letting your few subordinates work hard while you enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Great Senior Master Zhong, you are really carefree. Zhongsho's lips curled up, thinking to himself, what do you know? This was called conserving energy. He was the one with the highest combat strength here. When he used his soul to wield the sword, it was comparable to half a grade 9. However, after all, he walked the path of the Dharma. Although he could form a Dharma body and true image, it wouldn't last for long. He had tried it last time. Even if he had enough soul power, he could only last for 12 to 12 hours. His stamina was stronger than his, but there was a limit. As for the black and white hole Dharma, to use it would consume a lot of soul power. Even till date, he still didn't know what his Dharma power was like. He only knew that there seemed to be a huge commotion that day. He also heard that 3 days before he advanced, there was a huge snowstorm in the cloud world. However, since it wasn't the same day, then this omen most probably had nothing to do with him. One couldn't think too much. Anyways, if he saved soul power now, he would be able to deal with anything that happened in the future. He waited quietly. In just a moment, he saw a wave of beasts. They suddenly stepped through the air from the distance. They galloped like thunder, giving off a huge aura. Although it couldn't be compared to the beast wave that the red fire golden phoenix summoned last time, its scale wasn't small either. Looking from afar, there were 7 grade, 8 lion tiger beasts. As for grade 7, there were close to 200 of them. The ones below the 6th level were even more densely packed and uncountable. At this moment, even Zhong Yuan, who could remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of him, had a slightly cold gaze as a grave expression appeared in his eyes. As for Hanshi, it summoned its 6 Saint Fire Silver ants back into the altar. Zhongsho's eyes were half closed as he chanted the mantra. Only when the beast horde got close did he let out a shout. Sky burning. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of talismans in the surroundings all exploded, spurting out balls of incomparably pure fire, elemental spiritual energy. Then, within the altar, with Zhongsho as the center, countless crimson and white flames swept out in all directions. The Liu family's sky-burning flame had spread across 100,000 feet in just an instant. It enveloped most of the beast horde. Many cries of beasts sounded out from within the red flames. Some low-level beasts didn't even have the ability to resist. The moment the white flame entered their bodies, they turned into ashes. Sky burning? It's the Liu family's sky-burning blood. Zhao Yinran's pupils constricted, revealing a look of shock. Behind Zhongsho, a purple bird beast image rose up. It was a lightning phoenix. The moment it appeared, numerous deep purple lightning glows exploded out. The lightning-winged flood dragon at the side wasn't willing to fall behind. Lightning wrapped around its body, causing the altar to be covered in a purple glow. Zhongsho gathered balls of purple lightning in front of him, slowly forming a giant lightning ball, until he felt that he couldn't gather it anymore and slowly couldn't control it. He directly tossed it up. Then, many purple lightning bolts flashed all around. They followed the silver needles that were scattered all around and jumped around. In the blink of an eye, it completely covered the surrounding space. When the lightning and fire intersected, stacking and merging into the power of lightning, the sky-burning flame instantly became more and more intense. Its strength increased tremendously, directly turning black. With a purple lightning flashed, those beasts, even if they were grade 8, suffered heavy injuries. The other grade 7 beasts were all heavily injured on the spot. Everyone stood on the altar, only to see the black flames burn intensely and the lightning glow explode. Although the beasts roared out continuously, there wasn't a single one that charged in front of the altar. A full 7 minutes later, the red burning sky flame completely disappeared. The huge beast horde in front of them had already disappeared by close to 90%. Only 6 grade 8 lion-tiger beasts that were on their last breaths were left. Along with some low-grade beasts that weren't able to charge in, they were still lucky enough to survive. Within the 100,000 feet spiritual river, there were various beast crystals and bone crystals floating all around. Those around grade 5 were all directly burned. Those that were able to escape the sky-burning flame and purple lightning were all grade 6 and above. Zhao Yinran looked forward, speechless. Zhong Yuan and Xian Yunlan were also silent. On the other hand, Zhong Shou muttered in surprise, how strong, how overpowered. Who knew that spirit masters could be so strong? In the past, I really underestimated them. Zhao Yinran couldn't help but go crazy, thinking to herself that not all spirit masters were as strong as him. A large-scale spell could easily destroy a beast horde of tens of thousands. Even those grade 8 spirit masters would immediately flee when they saw the beast horde, running as far as they could. In his tone, no matter how she heard it, it didn't sound right. So Zhong Shou didn't think that he was a spirit master. She was also shocked. This spell seemed to be a combination of 2 bloodline abilities. It was indeed terrifyingly strong. As long as Zhong Shou had enough time, he could even destroy a 1,000,000-strong army. It should be the stacking word technique, the legendary compound spell. Xian Yunlan had seen it in the sect records before. Xian Yunlan was deep in thought as she looked at Zhong Shou with a curious gaze. What's the name of this spell? Zhong Shou was startled. This spell was the result of his inspiration after he awakened the sky burning blood. As for the name, he didn't think much about it. Taking in a deep breath, Zhong Shou smiled. Lightning blaze 1,000 flash. Lightning blaze 1,000 flash? Zhao Yinran muttered, just as she was about to mock Zhong Shou's taste. However, in the next instance, she felt Zhong Shou's weird gaze stare over. Looking around, she saw Zhong Yuan, Ruo Shui, and the others. They had already started to attack those grade 8 lion-tiger beasts that were preparing to flee. Even Xian Yunlan joined in. Her face flushed red as she scoffed coldly, tossing the 4 lion-tiger cubs to Zhong Shou. Then, she poured out a large pile of beast crystals and ores from her heaven and earth bag. However, just as she was prepared to join the chase, suddenly, a roar spread out from the distance, filled with sadness. A strong soul pressure spread through the air, bringing with it a violent killing intent. A moment ago, it was 1,000,000 feet away. A moment later, it was right in front of them. Grade 9. Zhao Yinran's face couldn't help but turn ashen white, blood draining from her face. She wasn't afraid of dying here, only feeling helpless. She probably wouldn't be able to keep the things in her hands. Zhong Yuan and the others didn't bother to chase anymore, cautiously moving closer to the spell altar. Half a breath later, a snow-white lion-tiger beast stepped out from the mist in front of them. Its body wasn't muscular, only 100 feet. However, it had a pair of wings on its back. On its forehead was a huge prince, giving off a majestic aura. It looked at the few people on the spell altar, its tiger eyes filled with rage, hatred, disdain, sadness, and killing intent. The killing intent was so strong that even Chu Shui was shocked awake. She got up in a daze and used her hands to rub her eyes. "Young master, what is going on? They are fighting again? Why didn't you wake up Shui?" Zhong Shou temporarily didn't have the mood to bother about this brat. His expression was serious as he looked at the lion-tiger beast, his gaze focused. He sighed in his heart. This time, Zhao Yinran had really caused him a lot of trouble. He had really suffered a great loss. If he had known that there was a grade 9 beast following behind, no matter what, he would have asked for more than 70% of the gains. Only then would it be worth it. Fighting intent rose up in his chest, and a sword energy spread out from his body at this moment. That grade 9 lion-tiger beast seemed to have sensed the threat from Zhong Shou. It was the strongest out of all of them. Its tiger eyes also looked over coldly. Zhongsho took in a deep breath, not hesitating anymore. After forming his soul into a Dharma, true image, it suddenly came out of his body. He floated above the spell altar, expressionlessly looking at the beast in the distance. Zhao Yanran, aren't you curious? What kind of ability does the black and white hole Dharma that I projected in my soul ocean have? Zhao Yanran's brows rose up in shock as she looked at Zhongsho's soul body in midair. She was indeed curious about this matter. What kind of direction could be projected in her soul consciousness so early on? Let's try it this time. The moment he said that, a heart-palpitating aura suddenly spat out from Zhongsho's body. It was terrifyingly strong, actually causing that grade 9 lion-tiger beast body to shrink back slightly, its eyes filled with seriousness. Like it found it weird. The aura in front of it should be grade 7 or grade 8, definitely not grade 9. Why did his body have such a terrifying aura? Zhong Yuan and the others also felt their hearts tremble, instinctively feeling terrified. Zhao Yanran's reaction was a little different. The black and white dots within her soul suddenly swelled. Numerous stars shone brightly, lighting up her entire soul. Along with a Kang sword ring, a spiritual sword that gave off a blue light was spat out from the sleeves of Zhongsho's body, flying into his hand. This was the most basic grade 7 spiritual sword that Zhongsho used as a replacement for the Fire-Yin sword after it was destroyed. At this moment, a black light slowly flashed, like it was a bottomless abyss. This sword is called the One Origin Black Sword. When the sword light shone, the entire world river turned into darkness. All the light in the area had completely disappeared. All the spirits were swallowed. Zhong Yuan and the others felt their eyes darken. They were unable to see anything. That grade 9 lion-tiger beast roared out in rage, shaking the world river. At this moment, it only knew that it had to go all out to avoid the danger of dying. Chapter 493. This generation of disciples are not bad. They can inherit Song Shengdao's legacy and inherit the sect. This is junior nephew Han. He has done well. Within the main hall of the Learning Palace, a female voice rang out. Like a silver bell, cold and majestic. Han Fong sat solemnly. As a peak god realm, a third-generation disciple with supreme authority within Song Shengdao Palace. However, at this moment, he was like a mouse that had seen a cat. His expression was respectful, solemn, and serious. When he heard that, he instantly bowed in gratitude. Senior Master, you praise me too much. He called her Senior Master, but in this hall, apart from him, there was no one else. Who knows where that female voice came from? It is your credit, so why are you so humble? Han Fong, you have always been arrogant. When did you start to learn from those Confucian faction fellows and become a gentleman? Another female voice suddenly sounded, but it was filled with mockery. Han Fang's expression was really calm, not caring at all, directly disregarding it. The originally calm female voice continued. Although you have run this Song Shengdao Palace well, your cultivation is not bad. You have less than 400 years of lifespan. If you're unable to improve, the mysterious life golden book won't be able to maintain your life. Senior Brother Li's line is only left with you. Don't let his legacy end. 3 years later, I will let your junior brother Lin help you take charge of the Song Shengdao Palace. Han Fang's eyes were filled with guilt. However, between his brows, there was a sense of relief. His luck was not bad to meet Shirulin before the spiritual wave. This girl's talent was suitable to inherit what he learned. Until he heard the last sentence, did Han Fang frown? My Song Shengdao elites are all in the outer region. However, within the cloud world, it is the foundation. Can Senior Master extend the deadline for a few more days? Now that the spiritual wave is about to rise and chaos is imminent, Han Fang is really worried. This is also a barrier to my Dao heart. Oh, you think too highly of yourself. Do you really think that without you, the common people's vast habitat would collapse? The woman let out a cold snort. Although she said that, she didn't say anything else. Then, he changed his tone and said with some dissatisfaction, "Is this Zong show always like this?" He was incomparably lazy. He clearly possesses peerless natural talent, yet he acts so sloppily. If this goes on, how can he inherit the mantle of my big sister? Martial nephew Han Fong, how did you train him? Han Fong's face was covered with cold sweat. Looking ahead, it was an illusion of clouds. What appeared on the screen was the situation of Zhong Shou and the others. Zhong Yuan and Ruo Shui, along with a few protector beasts, were all fighting with their lives. Only Zhong Shou was sitting leisurely on the spell altar. It had been the same for the past few days, but that lad didn't even raise his hand. However, he was always able to easily take the top spot. This time they called back all the elite disciples to clear out the World River. It was to let the common people's sect disciples have a chance to show off what they learned in front of these two senior masters. In the end, he was listed as the most important person out of all the targets. However, they stared at him for a full 7 days, and he didn't even take the initiative to attack. How would that not annoy them? Even Han Fong gritted his teeth in hatred. In front of these two senior masters, he didn't know what to say. His face was covered in cold sweat. Luckily, Han Fong, was already very familiar with pushing the responsibility away. He had reached the peak of perfection. It is because the revered one instructed me not to interfere too much with Junior Brother. Moreover, on the mysterious life golden book, Junior Brother Zong is one place higher than me. Wei Su, another scoff, but she wasn't unhappy. That fellow brought this kid under my senior sister. He is quite filial. Han Fong laughed so hard that his stomach hurt, thinking to himself that Junior Brother Wei Su was filled with regret. The female voice continued, "Are you sure that the cloud world snow a few days ago had something to do with him? That day when he formed his Dharma, you saw light and darkness in one body, unable to see or sense it." That's right. Disciple doesn't dare to lie. Han Fong nodded his head. The entire main hall was silent for a moment. A moment later, that slightly soft voice rang out once more, smiling. "This Zhong Shou, I looked at him for 7 days and had no results. On the contrary, this Zhong Yuan and Ruo Shui have great talents. Their future achievements might not be weaker than yours. Also, my disciple is not bad. Following by his side, sooner or later she will be led astray by him." When she said the last 2 sentences, it was filled with love and love. Oh, this kid is actually a blood descendant of the Liu family. Sky-burning flame and lightning power merged together. What a compound spell. Han Fong looked carefully and realized that who knows when Zhong Shou and the others were surrounded by the beast wave. The black flames were spreading all around. The jumping purple lightning continuously smashed one elite beast after another into smithereens. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. This fellow finally personally acted, although it was a spell and not the sword path that he was best at. Looking at this compound spell power, he could finally answer to these two senior masters. Looking on quietly for a moment, a large half of the beast wave was wiped out by the compound spell that Zhong Shou casually named the Lightning Blaze Thousand Flash. After that, another rank 9 lion tiger beast appeared. Within the hall, a bell-like chuckle immediately rang out. No matter how Han Fong heard it, he felt that the laughter was filled with a gloating intent. Thinking that it was his imagination, Han Fong probed, although Junior Brother Zhong's sword path can go up against grade 9, it is still a little weaker. He probably isn't the opponent of this lion tiger beast. Should we help him? Just stand aside and watch. The path of cultivation needs to know one's own place. If one doesn't fear anything when one does things, knowing that one's strength isn't up to par, but still wants to offend a strong enemy, one day one will suffer a huge loss. That calm female voice then rang out. However, like the voice before, it was filled with a smiling intent. Anyways, let him suffer a little first. I also want to see what kind of ability the sword path genius that you and Wei Su praised at the same time has. Han Fong kept silent, although he knew that the one who offended a strong enemy wasn't Zhong Shou. However, He wouldn't be so dumb to help Zhongsho explain. Looking at junior brother Zhong being unlucky, he actually felt delighted. In the next instance, the two female voices exclaimed at the same time. Hanfang was startled, the hairs on his body standing up. Looking closely at the cloud light illusionary mirror, only Zhongsho's aura suddenly changed. A pressure that came from the source spread out. Not only did the grade 9 lion tiger beast take a step back in fear, even he, who was watching through the cloud light illusion mirror from a few space-time gullies, was shocked. In that instance, the scenes in front of him totally disappeared. It was pitch black. Another 40 breaths later, there was an eye-catching white light. Even Hanfang, whose cultivation was strong, wasn't willing to look straight at it, closing his eyes slightly. The entire main hall of the palace was deathly silent. A moment later, the calm female voice sighed. Unlimited light and endless darkness, so that's the case. No wonder there would be snow in the cloud world. No wonder the north walls of those temples would collapse. In this world, there is actually someone who opened up a brand new path. Unlimited light, endless darkness. Hanfang was startled, repeating it softly. When the voice came out of his mouth, he felt like the core of heaven and earth within the source of the world. There was a wave surging like it was responding. Straightening his back, Hanfang continued to focus on the cloud light illusionary image in front of him, waiting for the white light to fade. Totally silent, all sound was swallowed up. When Zhongsho used the spiritual sword to slash down from above the grade 9 lion tiger beast, he felt his hand tighten. First, he felt his right hand stop for a moment. Then, in a thousandth of an instant, he totally swallowed up the ability of the golden light shield or the purple gold shield. Then, there were no more obstructions as it slashed down on the body of the lion tiger beast who was trying his best to dodge. Darkness spread, pretty much silently swallowing up ocean amounts of flesh and blood, swallowing it into the body, turning it into pure essence energy which filled the sword. When it couldn't absorb anymore, Zhongsho's sword technique changed once more. The dharma that was reflected on the sword body also changed. From darkness to light, all the essence energy that was absorbed was released. He slashed down once more. One origin white sword, numerous white light, large amounts of spiritual energy was released. It filled up this space that was close to collapsing. This time, the sound of the sword body and flesh clashing rang out once more. Oh! A deafening sound suddenly filled the entire border river. When the white light dissipated, the sights of the people here recovered. Then, they were all startled on the spot, only to see that the grade 9 lion tiger beast was nowhere to be seen. There were only pieces of flesh and blood that were smashed into smithereens. All the flesh and blood, all the bones were turned into dust under those two swords. Zhao Yinran also sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the strength of the black and white hole dharma. Even a grade 9 lion tiger beast couldn't block two swords. White tiger blood descendants. Their bones were like steel, but they were directly shattered. Just how powerful were these two swords? Zhongsho's dharma was just formed, and he actually had such an ability. The two black and white balls and many stars that were reflected on her soul were actually such a sick thing. Zhong Yuan and the others also looked towards Zhongsho in shock. However, the few of them were already used to it, so they weren't as shocked as Zhao Yinran. After those two swords, the sword in Zhongsho's hand was also collapsing. It couldn't take the impact of the essence energy of the flesh and blood, turning into pieces of metal sand. His dharma body and true image couldn't be maintained. These two sword strikes had nearly drained all of his soul power. His expression was solemn as he sent his soul back into his physical body. Then, he held a grade 7 spiritual sword in his hand. That one origin sword suddenly flew out and merged with the spiritual sword in his hand, giving off a cold glow. He looked warily at the ball of spiritual mist in front of him. Just a few breaths later, another grade 9 elite beast with a pair of giant bat wings slowly stepped out. At the same time, the silhouette of a woman suddenly rose from the void. Her eyes were filled with shock as she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Saint King, did I see wrongly? Or was the heavens careless? No matter what, it was impossible for that fellow to have anything to do with the Saint of Kings. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.